Sunn is two people, it's me and Greg. We've been making music together for 25 years in different groups, and we started Sunn about a little over 20 years ago. He's my brother, you know, it's like, it's family, so.
heard Norge from Thor's Hammer's Dommedagsnatt from 1998. This is Rock Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. And this is a fucking crazy episode you're in for. This is something we promised and talked to our patrons about doing originally as a kind of bonus episode for our doom metal feature that we just kind of wrapped up with Typo Negative. But then the feedback we got from a lot of our patrons and stuff is like, look, do more kind of lighthearted stuff like we did recently with the best of 2021 episodes and stuff where you're just kind of riffing. The stuff you're going to do research for, like save that for, like, we don't need exclusive, kind of crazy episodes. Because one of the components of American Doom that we didn't really look at was this sort of subset of like what I don't know what you call it. I mean, we titled it the Southern Lord Records episode, but not everything we're playing is on Southern Lord. But there's an aesthetic to it,
Pacific Northwest aesthetic.
Yeah, but there's no way to do like Southern Lords. They have too much like back catalog. So I thought, well, let's start with Thor's Hammer and let's look through the lens of the three people that made up Thor's Hammer and kind of follow the trajectory of their career to some extent. Not everything they do, but just kind of follow the little narrative of how these kind of three unique people are kind of like interconnected together, And so, the song you just heard there, Norway, that's what Norge is, and Dommedagsnatt is Doomsday Night. So I'm just going to refer to it as that from now on.
That's fine.
If you're okay with that. So Doomsday Night is this debut record, although it comes out in 98. It was actually recorded much earlier than that, and we'll kind of get into that in a little bit. But we're talking about Runhild, Gammelsaeter. I actually did look that one up. That's how you pronounce it, Sitter. Stephen O'Malley and Greg Anderson. Greg Anderson, of course, will be the founder of Southern Lord Records. Stephen O'Malley and Greg will go on to, team up in many different bands. Runhild, you'll kind of see where she sort of winds kind of through here. And so, Mark, this is kind of one of my crazy mad scientist type episodes, and I'm going to attempt, you'll probably be the guinea pig, to make this make sense of this narrative thread of like kind of how all of this kind of fits together as kind of a puzzle piece. And I'm hoping that people on the other end also sort of follow this. But I think there's a way. I think there's kind of a way. And I'll be honest, this is one of the more difficult episodes I ever kind of put together because this is not, for either of us, a natural scene. This is not something we're comfortable in. So we're definitely out of our element a bit with some of these bands. Not so much Thor's Hammer, and we'll get into that. But the stuff that kind of follows is just not my go-to stuff, And you even had some kind of just, I mean, it's tough for you on some of this. It's kind of,
there's a lot of, it's more of performance art than it is something you want to listen to, especially later on.
Yeah.
Stuff we'll be listening to is a little bit more conceptual and idea based than really like enjoyable.
Sure. Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, this might be an intellectual exercise is what we're kind of warning you about. So if you thought Discordance Access and Gridlink and some of that stuff was like, whoa, okay. This is also going to be challenging, but that's all right. I mean, we did 2 parts on Invokin and people were kind of, down for that. And we've done stuff that's challenging before. And so I think people are here for what we offer, and I hope that what we offer is valuable with this episode. But before we kind of move into the weeds a bit, what you heard there, kind of to kick everything off, because we'll probably get off narrative for a bit from Thor's Hammer and eventually kind of arrive back to him. But the song translates to Norway. It's all sung in Norwegian. Runhild basically wrote.
Sung.
Yeah, sung. Screamed. And what a great opener. You've got this siren kind of sounds of the seemingly innocent kind of 17-year-old blonde Norwegian exchange student, kind of like, oh, na, 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 na. And then this fucking ungodly, like, kind of doom guttural sort of sound that sort of like comes in. It's like she lures you in with these like dulcimer, beautiful invocation of sort of the beauty of Norway. And then you get this Tom G. Warrior fucking, ugh. And it like, I love that. I listened to it several times and all of a sudden it fucking pulls you into the like funeral doom abyss, I know, it's what a great opener. It's a cool song. I've really learned to appreciate, of all things, this Thor's Hammer release. It was something I was kind of familiar with in sort of circles when it was kind of out. Like, people talked about it. I heard black metal people talk about it, but I also heard doom metal people talk a little bit about it.
I think that's kind of at least my entry point for Southern Lord stuff. It seemed like it was a lot of, it was people it's like doing the next wave of music that was like there's a lot of black metal elements in a lot of the stuff as well.
Yeah.
A lot of punk in it, and a lot of just like youthful, what'd you say? Like fucking around.
Yeah.
As well. Like, I mean, they were pretty young when this album was recorded, at least.
I mean, and a chance meeting kind of brings them to sort of together, these three. And I'll get into like kind of the whole backstory on Thor's Hammer when we sort of get to that point. But like, you know, it's basically, the song that you just heard kind of weaves in and out of this kind of, I guess I'd say it's like a patriotic kind of song sung to the homeland, and when this guttural thing kind of kicks in, it's almost unfathomable that it's the same person there,
Yeah.
And I think, if you go back to when this was recorded, like 95 era, it wasn't released for a few years, like there was not much female stuff doing this. You had Karen Crisis. We just recorded the Gehenna episode, but she wasn't singing. But like, you just didn't have a lot of females that were doing extreme vocals like this, or that were like kind of going back and forth. Like even Carrie didn't really do extreme stuff at all. I mean,
it really wasn't until Angela Goslow.
Yeah.
She was probably the most high profile, and there's a couple before that.
Kitty, that was like a thing in like new metal and
but
stuff.
now there's like I don't have any idea what the band name that the chick from Arch Enemy now was in before, but she was doing like pretty sung poppy stuff, and then guttural as well. So it's like I'm pretty sure that Runhild was screaming her guts out, and everything's a little more refined now, but you can definitely tell this is just like but that's the take you get, and if you do a couple more, you're probably going to lose your voice.
And you even hear like the live track that we'll hear a little bit later in a later talk set. Like she pulls the stuff off live, and if you see like the footage of Roadburn, that like when Tom G. Warrior invited them and like curated that whole thing, like it's pretty wild. She could still do that sort of stuff, and we'll hear some of her other kind of vocal exercises kind of later in the episode and stuff like that.
That's a good way to put it.
But I think like the weird thing is like all you kind of associate with females at this point in metal was like kind of gothic stuff like Paradise Lost or Anathema or Dark Tranquillity,
or your bass player.
Yeah, Joe Bench, or something like that. And this is like there's no goth shit here. This is like droning, icy fucking doom. Blackened doom. O'Malley and Anderson are kind of on point with this in terms of like the musicianship of what they're doing here. I mean, the passage in those like last 2 minutes of that song that you heard, there's some like real like peaceful three like subtleties, some bride-isms, some anathema-isms, early like serenades kind of stuff, and when her two voices like weave together at the end, it's fucking like perfection. It's really, really cool. I did, just because for kind of a mental exercise, I kind of like wanted to know what she was singing about. And so I did kind of a little bit of translation, and, she basically, let me find it here. Through a deserted and freezing night, two lovers seek together. The flame gets bigger when the night is bitterly big and deserted. This is how our heart seeks against the heart of Norway. This is how flames in the cold. In the storm of fire. Here there are two, though desire or pain, we and our country. Norway in our hearts, live, O fatherland, there. There you will dove in tenderness like the blessed in the summer bough. And it kind of goes on from there, but it's kind of just like I said, like a patriotic kind of paean to Norway, and that's
makes sense for somebody like away from home. Yeah.
And I don't know like the nature of like her whole exchange kind of thing, and we'll talk a little bit more.
Were they
about
in high school together or something? Is that where
these guys were out of high school by then? But she was 17. I don't know if they met her at a record shop. Like I actually never found that part out. Yeah, I never found like the actual sort of meeting sort of spot. We'll hear it in a sound clip later from O'Malley, but Anderson and O'Malley kind of grew up together a little bit. They'd known each other since they were kids, both from kind of Seattle and stuff like that. And so let's kind of like, let's get into the background on all this. So kind of unpack some of this. So I'll start first with O'Malley. We'll do kind of him, then we'll jump to Greg, and then we'll kind of go to Runhild. We'll kind of look at the backstory. It's like a flashback, like a Lost episode or whatever here.
Steve and Greg.
Yeah.
Chapter 1.
So Steve O'Malley is from Seattle. That's where all of this, like the early happenings are happening. And of course, he was designing album covers since the early 90s. He goes on and works with Earth and Burzum and Emperor and Mayhem and Gehenna.
Cathedral.
Boris, Dissection, Cathedral, the Melvins. Yep. But his kind of real entryway into all this was through kind of similar to how Mark's entryway was, and to some extent mine, through Mark and Chris. And that was from the zine world, putting together and working on his own zine called Descent Magazine, which he kind of put together from 94 to 99. 5 issues is all he was able to sort of produce through that era. Actually, Varg was on the cover of issue number 1. And he started at 19, kind of right after high school. He says, I was accessing underground networks and stuff to kind of discover more outside types of music. In the 80s and 90s, it wasn't easy to find underground music from other parts of the planet. It was a very different situation, tape trading, pen pals, things like that. But the other way was through zines. And I had ambition at that time to do something a little naive, actually. I thought I could contribute to the scene I was enjoying so much. I never traveled or anything until I was in my 20s, at least not internationally. So it was a pretty significant step in my awareness. And I kind of relate it to like maybe the experience that you and Chris kind of had, that like...
That's why, we wanted to join, like be part of the scene without being musicians.
Yeah, and like this international thing that was like well beyond what was happening in America, right?
Yeah.
Like that was like one of the fascinating things, I think.
Well, that was part of the allure. It was more mysterious because it was from some, like, what the fuck did you know about Sweden, Norway, any of these like Scandinavian countries except for the Swedish Chef and IKEA?
Yeah.
And at the time, I didn't know what the fuck IKEA was. I don't know if they were in the States or not,
really
but
in our orbit.
There wasn't a whole lot of like cultural touchstones from those areas until this happened, which made it even more, I think, mysterious, and why the Sweden thing was so. And Chris has Swedish roots in his family as well, so like there was that part of it. There's all these like little things coming together, but it's very similar to what we were doing
for sure. And they asked him I got the quotes I'm getting is from Art 21 magazine, kind of interesting interview I found with them. And they basically said, what zines were you looking at before you created this one? He says, I knew a guy who did a mail order company called Moribund Records. It was also a label. It's still around actually, but it's pretty different from what it was back then. He says at the time he was distributing a lot of black metal tapes from Europe, mainly from Scandinavia and Southern Europe, but also Poland and places in Eastern Europe. I discovered black metal fanzines mainly through him. There were some death metal fanzines in some shops like Tower Records at the time, which I found, including one called The Fifth Path. Have you heard of that?
No.
Okay. Which was really amazing, but that was more of an underground occult music fanzine. There were some U.S. ones, like the one called Petrified Zine from Florida. You remember that one? Okay. The guy who ran that zine ended up turning it into a record label called Full Moon Productions. I remember those guys.
I wonder if they got sued from the movie
all
company.
The weird shit that, which I think is still around. They're not as active as they were in the 90s, though. There were some other fanzines from New York that I got. There were a lot of death metal fanzines, which would sometimes write about bands, which would sometimes write about bands from what was considered then to be an offshoot of death metal, basically, especially these Scandinavian black metal bands, which were seen to be an offshoot of the Swedish death metal scene. There were these amazing European ones, which I finally found. The main one was Slayer magazine, which I think anyone who's interested in that type of music knows about. There's this compendium of every issue in bazillion points. We were just actually looking through it. It's an amazing historical document, actually, not only about the black metal underground, but the metal underground period, because it started in 83, I think. There's also another magazine called Mortician magazine from Holland that was really amazing.
It had really good layout from what I remember.
Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
Okay. For me, and for a lot of these magazines, to get it offset printed was considered to be a huge deal. So you can imagine what the scale was. I think that at the peak of interest in Descent magazine, which was probably issue 3, we printed 2,000 copies. Do you remember Requiem, Eclipse, what those runs were? I was trying to like remember if...
Well, at the end of Eclipse, we were up to 15,000 or something.
Were we really?
We had a lot.
Okay.
And it was free. And advertising covered it because it was all web printed, so it's pretty cheap.
Yeah.
But I think we did 3 for Requiem, and the 4th one was the first offset, but it was still black and white.
Okay.
And I remember going down to the printer, Mid-State Printing in Ithaca, Michigan.
Yeah.
And I filled up my entire trunk, and I think it was 1,500 copies.
Yeah.
My whole back seat, and it was like, I don't know if I can drive, and it was a big old Granada too.
Yeah.
That was so exciting to do that after doing like, every week if we got a couple, we do like print up 50 or something and assemble them together, and
Sure.
it was just a big deal to actually finally like, oh my God, this is almost a professional magazine. Then do it with a color cover, like holy shit,
Yeah.
like whoa.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
you'd fucking learn a lot.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah. So he just says, oh yeah, that issue had a lot of bands. They're like Satyricon was the cover band, Emperor was in the magazine. All these bands are like classic bands now. But it's a fanzine, that's the kind of level it was, And then the guy's like, wait, you made 2,500? He says, yeah, it's not a lot for a magazine, but this is also a period when bands were selling thousands of demo tapes, self-produced stuff. It's hard to compare the Norwegian and Swedish black metal bands to the Swedish death metal bands, but the band Nihilus, I think, one of their demos, they sold something like 6,000 demo tapes just through the mail and little distributions. It's pretty awesome. It's like I said, a different climate. I mean, who knows how many downloads happen these days? I'll see a link for Sunn on YouTube and it'll say 600,000 views. It's hard to imagine what the actual population that's interested in stuff like that is. But at that time, it was like, okay, you have this many copies and they're gone. It's doubtful that one guy is buying 10 copies to resell on eBay because it doesn't exist. The whole market didn't exist. And then they kind of ask him, was it Xerox or offset? And he says, I never Xeroxed it, actually. And I thought you might be interested in this as a guy that put these together.
Yeah.
He says even the first issue is offset. The second issue was printed on really shitty newsprint paper. I found this place that was really cheap, and it was web printed like a newspaper, basically.
That's what our first one was, too.
Yep. For the third issue, I somehow found some money from a friend to use full color on the cover and nicer paper, and that was a pretty strong step for me personally as a designer and for a magazine, because if it's got color, then it's really professional at that time, I mean, people used to advertise stuff where it said, it's pro printed on glossy paper. This is something that would be in the description.
Yep.
Yeah. And the guy goes, and now it's standard. He goes, well, yeah, if you even print magazines anymore, it's expensive for a 20-year-old guy to drop $5,000. I mean, it's expensive to me now. But somehow that's what was done. And then eventually the fourth and fifth issues started using spot colors on the cover, but the interior was always black and white. So the aesthetic improved and developed, but it didn't become slick, so to say. It became more refined. And this is also a period when I was starting to be a, quote, graphic designer. I was experimenting with a lot of things, and I was a student, So, yeah, then kind of go from there.
Similar path with
Yep.
being a graphic designer until I detested being a graphic designer.
Yep. And then this is where the guy kind of asks him sort of like, how did you sort of get this dual interest into like black metal and noise? And I think this is kind of the entry point for where we kind of get into this. He says, well, I'll tell you a secret. I had a whole slew of interviews I made in 92 and 93, including interviews with Earth at the time, Morbid Angel, and a lot of other death metal bands that I just threw away because I got so charmed and mystified by black metal at that time. This was a new thing. This was a new style. I tapped into it. I lived in Seattle. No one knew about this shit except for me and 5 people in Seattle and some people in San Francisco, It was because it was new that I decided to focus on that. It was more interesting. Plus the people in the bands, I don't know, it's so romantic looking back on this behavior and the sort of statements that people were making. I mean, classic romantic behavior. For me, it was totally charming to interview people and talk about Odin rather than talk about Pete Sandoval's tennis shoes that he wears when he's doing double bass kicks. It wasn't related to my studies directly, but just my mentality at the time. That's why the direction was there. But at the same time, I was a young guy discovering underground music. And anyone that does that, you find one band that you like and then, oh, they're related to this band and I'll check that out. This is related to that. And before you know it, you know all these other weird styles of music. And it's so exciting. It's haunting. So at that time for me, there were some like Satyricon on their first album, Dark Medieval Times. They used a piece of music from another Norwegian band called When as an intro, because that's how noise and abstract music was seen by metal artists, and still is a lot of time, an intro or intro music. It's sort of like credits, like film credit music or something. But this band, when I found their CD and their full track, which Satyricon had taken an edit from, this whole CD is just amazing. It's like post-industrial music. And the band did tons of amazing stuff too. And then he basically says I was getting into World Serpent bands and power electronics. It kind of goes on from there, and that's kind of where he stumbles on stuff like Mayhem and Merzbow and things like that. And
in 96, 6 when I was at Relapse. That's when they started the release label where Merzbow and Masada and all that kind of shit was starting to get a foothold over here.
Yep. And, he says then he kind of discovered and interviewed Euronymous, and he says Euronymous was really into krautrock, and krautrock had a lot of bands like Tangerine Dream who had members who went and started doing experimental music, and krautrock itself was experimental, and black metal was experimental. So he's kind of like linking all these kind of things together, which I think is kind of interesting in his kind of own mind. And then they ask him if he was making music at that time. He says, well, I've been playing music live since I was a kid, but I didn't have a band until around 93. And I started playing a band with a friend of mine named Greg Anderson and a few other people, which was basically like a Hellhammer style band, but also influenced by some bands like the Melvins and Earth, who were from Seattle, from that region. And so that's kind of the entry to sort of Stephen O'Malley. All right. So he kind of starts off as this guy who's in the zines. He's kind of discovering black metal, he's discovering noise kind of music and stuff like that. And then you got Greg Anderson, all right? And Greg Anderson's born, I think he's quite a bit older. He's born in 70, so I think he's like 4 or 5 years older than O'Malley, because I think O'Malley's born around the time you and Chris are. He seems to be almost like that same age, because he started his zine in 94.
Yeah, he's 47.
Yeah, there you go.
And 52 is
Anderson.
Anderson's,
yeah. So, because he's born in 70. So he was born in from Seattle, and he's heavily involved with a lot of straight edge hardcore punk in the 80s. He's in a band in 86 called False Liberty. A couple of years later, he's in a band called Brotherhood with Nate Mendel from Sunny Day Real Estate, who also is now in the Foo Fighters. This is a really interesting connection. He goes on to be in a band called Amnesty. Statement, Galleon's Lap, also with Nate Mendel, until he finally arrives with a band that eventually gets on Revelation Records called Engine Kid, and he's in that band from like 91 to 95. And they're really interesting because they kind of model their sound on Slint, but they even kind of throw in some elements of like Rush and Sonic Youth and kind of some other things, especially on their final record. And so Angel Wings is sort of this, kind of masterpiece, kind of unsung masterpiece at the time that was kind of happening. And there's 2 songs that we're going to kind of listen to real quick that I kind of want it to sort of, hear from them. Hang on, there's actually something I want to read from Greg Anderson before we kind of get into those songs. But they kind of... Greg Anderson's interviewed in that Terrorizer History of Doom magazine that we use for a lot of our Doom series. So long-term Requiem fans will sort of recognize it. And they actually do a pretty cool interview with Greg in it. And the first thing they asked him was kind of how he started out. And he said, in the late 80s, my ideals were already based around the straight edge scene. So being in hardcore bands made sense. I got into bands from New York like Youth of Today and all that second wave hardcore. People are really critical of me playing straight edge hardcore, but since then I've lived an entire other life as far as years go. I had a blast and met a lot of people who I'm still friends with today. I'm definitely not ashamed of it. And then they kind of asked him about discovering the Melvins. All right, he said, well, they'd play every weekend in Seattle and I wouldn't miss a show. I was fanatical about them. I saw the Melvins before I'd heard Black Sabbath. Someone once said at a show, these guys are a perfect cross between Black Flag and Black Sabbath. So I went out and bought a bunch of records. Then Melvins and Sabbath led me to St. Vitus. And even though I was really into hardcore, all that stuff made sense to me. All right.
SST.
And then on how he kind of ended up in this proto-emo band Engine King, how he went from that to Drone. He says, I would never claim to be a super creative. And in the beginning, we wore our influences on our sleeve. Over the last 7 years, Sunn has done some albums that are very unique and definitely not as derivative as our earlier albums, which were blatantly early Earth and Melvin's Worship. We realized after the second record that if we were to go any further, we really needed to try something new. I'm proud of the music I've made over the last 15 years, especially the first Goatsnake album. I don't think my technical ability is all that high, but I put a lot of energy and passion and truth into it. And so,
honest.
What's that?
Pretty honest.
Yeah, he's pretty honest. He's pretty honest. And so I thought it'd be kind of neat because we'll never, ever have a reason ever to talk about a band like this or to hear something like this. But since we did a Slint episode, it's not too far outside kind of the realm. But I think it's kind of interesting because he's the first one to be in a band and kind of like get something kind of down and record it. And honestly, like, the more I listen to this Engine Kid thing, and I think you and I both kind of talked about it, like we remember this cover. I just don't remember. I think like
listening to.
I think Scott Dielman was into it, maybe Evie was into it and stuff like that, and they might even recommend it to me. And because I like stuff on Revelation Records, I just didn't know this. But the 2 songs, one's very short, Nailgun. It's just like a 1:10 long kind of thing, but like you get like kind of a hum meets Slint meets the Melvins kind of feel. The longer songs on this record kind of remind me of like Torch. That's like a kind of a band that it kind of reminds me of a little bit, so it's kind of got sludge elements, but it's got catchy, like hardcore elements. It's got some like Helmet kind of elements. It's got some noise elements, and you can really see all of like Greg Anderson's like proclivity between this and also the next song, Expressionists. And, I don't love Greg's vocals on here. It's not really it's more kind of emo-y kind of stuff. It's very 90s indie cliche kind of thing. But the music's really chaotic and noisy. And so in the midst of this, I think you can kind of start to see some of the ideas that will be executed in some of the bands that will be involved in. So it's almost like O'Malley's kind of over here, kind of getting into noise and black metal. And then Greg's kind of transitioning out of like his hardcore phase into sludge and noise kind of stuff. And then, like I said, when we come back, we'll add the final ingredient, Runhild. So any thoughts on these songs? I don't know if you really...
I didn't put I just put Greg Anderson hardcore-ish punk.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. I didn't figure... I barely wrote anything either. I just thought, let's give people a quick little taste. So
kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, exactly. So here's Engine Kid, Nailgun and Expressionists from 1995's Angel Wings, and we'll be right back in a couple minutes. So there was some Engine Kid for you. The first and last time that we'll ever play Engine Kid on Requiem Metal Podcast. But
that title of the band, or all I can think of is that's terrible song of
Saint Anger?
Yeah.
Oh,
Invisible Kid.
Invisible Kid, yeah, there you go. Got our resident Saint Anger kind of thing. So here's where Runhild comes into the scene and kind of links these guys all sort of together. It's pronounced Gammelsaeter, all right? And basically what was happening is they formed the band in Ballard, Washington, which is a neighborhood in Seattle. And Anderson and O'Malley kind of form it in winter of 94, 95. And then Runhild joins. She's over from Oslo, as a foreign exchange student. And she joins on vocals and lyrics. And then they add Jamie Sykes and James Hale as the rhythm section. And the whole affair only lasts 6 weeks. I think that's the craziest part about it. It's a 6-week venture. Basically 2 concerts, a demo, an EP, and then Runhild is like whisked back to Norway. And that's it, And essentially, like, it's originally kind of put out by Moribund, who O'Malley had some kind of connections with. And then eventually it'll be reissued by Southern Lord in 2004. And I believe that's probably the version I have is sort of the reissue.
Yeah, that Moribund one, though, at the time, it was fucking everywhere. You saw it fucking everywhere.
Really?
Because I
remember Moribund kind of having some like distribution in the U.S.
Yeah, it was like Moribund and Wild Rags. Somehow they had like, that's how I got like, the Behemoth and the Pagan Vestlands EP.
Were those
and shit.
through Moribund?
No, those are from Wild Rags.
Oh, okay.
Put those out, but the same. Almost everything was like black and white printed, kind of cheap.
Yeah.
But they were always like it was always like they were really good with distributors for some reason. They'd always be like at any of the metal fests you'd go to, or had tons of that shit. So they must either had a lot or had somebody pushy or.
And I think it's interesting, like this design work on it. Like, are those like runes almost and stuff like that? So kind of a play on her name and some of the kind of Norwegian kind of cultural things. It definitely like feels like an O'Malley design. Yeah, it's got his kind of like stamp on it. I mean, his aesthetic. We're going to talk about his art a little bit later, because I'll bring like kind of how he gets involved with all that. But what was your kind of vibe on his aesthetic as like a fellow kind of graphic designer kind of person when you saw some of the stuff that he did?
I didn't really pay any attention to it until Descent was color.
Oh, okay.
So that was probably.
Do you remember Descent magazine?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So did you guys read it then, here and there?
Yeah, I mean, it was more at that point. It was. Everything seemed more of like an us and them thing. We were like competing heavy.
Got it.
So we'd get a magazine and not even Chris might have looked into the content more. I was just like pouring over it, like
how
they got good
designed?
paper, they got this, the size. Descent was like a weird size. I think it changed sizes several times if I remember right. But like toward their last issue there, it was pretty popular.
Yeah.
But yeah, aesthetically it was just kind of like, it didn't stand out super huge from the crowd, but as far as zines went, it was done well. I don't remember much of the interior layout. I think it was a little more sparse.
Yeah.
But yeah, my taste and my ability level and input or my influence was constantly changing. From the first one was just like a shit show, like let's cut out every piece of clip art we can to fill space.
Sure.
To like later on kind of having my own, although heavily influenced by other contemporaries,
Yeah.
Like you'd see something cool and like, oh, I want to do that, but then tweak it just a little bit. But I didn't really notice this stuff until he was doing, the Emperor covers and like in a big way.
Sure.
Like, oh, I can spot his stuff. And he had very specific
O'Malley thing.
Yeah, like topography thing, a lot of like stuff like almost like vector before vector is really a thing, where there'd be all these weird interlocked shapes, really dense kind of.
Yeah.
I guess almost like pseudo psychedelic looking stuff.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me, and this is a weird connection, but like the same kind of like approach that like a guy like Bill Sienkiewicz kind of had. Like how Bill Sienkiewicz's art was kind of like weird psychedelic-y in a weird way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it had a very distinct like look to it. Like you knew it was Bill Sienkiewicz, you knew it was Stephen O'Malley in terms of like the artwork and some of that, And
O'Malley's stuff was very digital.
Gotcha.
There wasn't like the tools he used were like, I don't think, because I've always tried to make my stuff look like it was done through more analog means.
Yeah.
And it seemed like he really embraced digital technology. And
I have some interview clips like later on that I'll share where he talks about like his art aesthetic and kind of some of that stuff.
Because I don't know how much he does now. I don't
think a lot. I think he's
see a whole lot. Maybe
with
just
other things,
doing his own bands or something. But at the time it was definitely there's always somebody was like, oh shit, this guy's like doing something. We gotta see what's working there and kind of absorb something if we find it.
Did you guys remember this release floating around?
I remember seeing it. I don't remember really paying it much mind.
I didn't know if it got like much press or talk about because of the female vocals or if there was any kind of hype around that or no.
Chris would be a better one to know about that. But I remember seeing the album was all over the place.
Yeah. I kind of remember seeing it too, like at New Moon a few times here and there, you know. But basically that was it. They were kind of one and done. They did reunite at the Supersonic Fest in Birmingham, England in 2009 and then at Roadburn in 2010. That was sort of like curated by Tom G. Warrior, apparently, because they put out a live record that eventually came out, I think, in LP in 2019 called Live by Command of Tom G. Warrior, Thor's Hammer.
I did not see that.
Yeah, and I think it's like limited copies, so I think it goes for quite a lot of money, even though it's only a couple years old now. So, but I'd like to know, I couldn't find like the story of like where Tom G. Warrior comes in, if he was just a fan, you know?
I mean, he's always been pretty active in the underground as far as like his aesthetic.
Yeah.
Weird shit. He's always
this seems like his aesthetic. It's got
stuff.
Celtic Frost. It's got some of those kind of things kind of working for it. Runhild, when kind of talking about this, she I don't have a lot of backstory on her prior to her arrival in America. I kind of looked around a little bit, but you don't really see much even on Wikipedia or things like that. But she basically was kind of talking about when Thor's Hammer came out. She says when Thor's Hammer first came out, it was compared to black metal, gore, grunge, and what have you. I think this is because Thor's Hammer was like a little different. People didn't really know what to call it. Human beings have an innate drive to categorize stuff, and what is new and different may be difficult to accept. This type of music was not seen as an art form in the 90s. It was troubled teenagers with long hair, perhaps. It just takes time for new things to be sort of evaluated. And so I think she's not wrong. It kind of took a little while to sort of get absorbed, and it kind of developed kind of a cult personality over the last couple decades. It sort of grew in stature a little bit. Kevin Stewart Pankow from Decibel in the top 100 doom metal albums of all time. This came in at number 95, and here's what he had to kind of say. He says, almost 20 years on, the standout element in the short story of Seattle's Thor's Hammer continues to be the vocal performance of then 17-year-old, then exchange student and Norway native Runhild Gammelsaeter. The band split when school was up, and she returned to Oslo. But coming from slow and heavy builds, the space school as propagated by winter, disembowelment, and mind rot, Thor's Hammer incorporated impressively thick and massive guitar sounds alongside some delightfully painful thunder sticking by Jamie Sykes, including his tasteful use of double bass to approximate the sound of angry Viking gods hoofing it over the horizon, or meteorites pelting the side of Mount Rainier, or whatever. But it was Gammelsaeter's menacing bellow that stole the show. Not only because she was a pale, blonde, angelic-looking teen who belied her appearance, gender, and facial hair growing abilities with terrifying amounts of diaphragm abuse. More than her voice was the rallying point for any and all wondering about the powers of bellowing as a perpetual motion machine, even when the music underneath sounds more at ease, deliberately applying a world-fucking distorted emergency brake. So, Pankow. Good stuff. So yeah, so that's kind of the story of how these three sort of come together. And from here, they're all going to sort of kind of spiral off into some kind of interesting areas. All right. So let's kind of get into the rest of this kind of catalog of was it Doomsday Night. So the next song is Troll, and I translated some of the lyrics for this one because I just was kind of curious as to what the hell they were kind of singing about. And it's out of the darkness of the forest, between mountains and mountains, thunder like rolling boulders. It's Troll on the army. It's a war march against Thor. Trolls who want to leave Jotunheim tonight. The trolls march, and the light, dark lights up. Their eyes like torches. It kind of just goes on. So it's kind of like Norwegian mythology. They're singing about. She's singing this kind of paean to sort of, Doomsday Night. So it's almost like they just kind of gave her carte blanche and said, look, like, just write songs that you know about things that are familiar to you. And like this 17-year-old girl that was clearly into mythology and, do you know what I mean?
And all the lyrics are in
they're all in Norwegian.
So it's like, it makes it even more, there's more mystique. Who cares what the fuck the songs are about? Because nobody's going to
it's
question it.
Pretty fascinating stuff. So you get that here, and Troll itself, which we'll hear in a second, it's slow-mo doom riffing. I mean, in a way, this is a song that kind of connects what Panko was just kind of talking about in terms of like winter, mind rot. I hear Evoken in this too.
Sure.
Moody, icy, this kind of funeral energy. And that drumming is really kind of a cool highlight, especially on the title track, the next tune, Doomsday Night. I love the kind of quasi dark throne doom in the middle of the song. I said it's such weird energy. There's even this kind of barren rawness with her naked vocals in the mid section. I said it's almost like a jazz improv kind of vibe when Sykes is kind of holding down the sort of doomy beat in the middle while she's just doing these like unholy like sounds with her voice.
That's kind of what her solo stuff sounds like.
It's kind of that. Yeah, it's stark. I said it's harrowing stuff, and it really predicts the future for all three. I said it's no accident that O'Malley. I saw an interview with O'Malley, and they asked him what his Desert Island disc would be, and he was like, he loves early '70s like Miles Davis, like fusion stuff, and he said "Get Up With It," which is a cool kind of compilation thing. I said there's almost this warped spirit of that idea, that kind of '70s fusion, kind of free spirited kind of music, but it's in the hands of a bunch of like 20-year-old like black metal fans, so like it's a weird energy. This is I don't know of another record that sounds like this, like just the sort of weird combinations. Like you can hear like the funeral doom shit, you can hear a little Dark Throne here and there possibly, but then you add her onto the mix and just like some of how they kind of put these ideas together, and it's like it's pretty wild. So those are my thoughts. I don't know, what were kind of some of your vibes with any of these Thor's Hammer tunes that you kind of grabbed you? Anything in particular?
Like Troll, there's like, I don't know, I've already have a chip on my shoulder about a lot of this stuff. Like it's hard for me to penetrate in a way that I can pull much out of description, but it's because I find there's, and probably intentional to some degree, is the amount of repetition from band to band.
Yeah.
As far as like speed and guitar progressions, are kind of tedious to me to some degree.
Sure.
But yeah, there's very
well, you and I even talked about in the Evoken episode that we've always had a tougher time like kind of getting into quote unquote like funeral doom type stuff. It's kind of been, Evoken kind of transcends that because they have so much brideisms and stuff, but like, some of those bands are tough. They're fairly impenetrable.
Like skepticism and stuff is just like I don't know what the entry point is for some of those bands where that's just like this
I think
plotting.
you would like the new skepticism quite a bit. It's
I haven't listened to anything since
way
Storm
awesome.
Crowfleet or whatever the hell it was.
And even that I went back and listened to, and now that I'm a Evoken fan, I'm like, oh, this is fine.
mean, it's been 25 years, but
I think you would dig it probably more now.
There's just a lot of that pace where it just never, it doesn't even have to pick up, but it needs to have, there's nothing that like really pulls me in or grabs me.
Yeah. Even the drumming, because I thought some of the cool stuff that he does with like the drumming kind of speeding up, slowing down, some of the stuff that Sykes does was kind of interesting.
Yeah, nothing jumped out.
Gotcha.
Really, to me, outside, like there's bits of like early Cathedral, but it never, Cathedral was like, glacial at first, but then it would like, there'd be some change up where it would just like, something would hit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And, they don't seem like a band that they care about hooks or,
no,
any kind of like, normal song structure in a way.
I think like O'Malley's coming out of like stuff where he's thinking about whether it be like noise stuff mixed with like Burzum.
Yeah, it seems like genre mashing.
He's almost like purposely not pleasing, sometimes in terms of some of the stuff
and
he's doing or whatever.
I get it, from like an artistic standpoint, but also just I couldn't imagine doing something where I'm just trying to push things without some type of satisfaction.
Yeah.
Like just to fuck with people. Almost, it seems like some of the material.
Sure.
Or to like to be obtuse or to try to make people uncomfortable. Like it's all. I get where he's coming from, but it just doesn't. I have a really hard time with it.
Yeah. Mark's journey this episode.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Yeah, there's a lot of times in here. I've got plenty of notes, but there's a lot of time like where I'll have something that just says, this has never been my thing, or like I don't get, I get it, but I don't like it, or
Sure. It's like we're watching a bunch of like art art students' films or something like that.
Going through art school and seeing performance art by there's performance art that is good, and most performance art is terrible. In my college performance art, I'll say.
Oh, sure.
It's usually somebody getting naked and smearing stuff on themselves, or somebody screaming into a microphone.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be about man's inhumanity to man, like basic shit. Like it's just there's a mentality of artist, like the true conceptual artist, that really kind of makes me hate it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I get that.
It seems disingenuous to me.
Yeah.
I don't get anything out of it. Doesn't mean it's not good or doesn't have value, but it just doesn't. I dealt with a lot of people that had that, like their final, like gallery, like the gallery showing to get their like MFA.
Yeah.
And this guy just like last minute came up with put up some sheets with staples on a wall and projected lights through it. It's like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? He just fucked off the entire time. So like it reminds me a lot of Ghost World. Those types of people that are conceptual artists,
Yeah.
But these guys seem like nice dudes. It's just like,
I think these guys, there's a lot more to it there with these guys.
Yeah. But every time I'm like trying to break it apart or something, I'm just like, oh, these guys.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, you think of like a guy, Greg's going to own a label. Steven's going to, starts off in zines, becomes like a graphic artist, like doing like I think these guys have like genuine talent in terms of like what they're bringing to the table.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when they bring their ingredients to like together, is it like stuff that you and I are going to naturally gravitate to? I would say probably not. You know what I mean? But I don't think that these guys are like kind of putting on airs. I think they like...
I don't think so either.
They're coming from like real places, and they have real ideas behind kind of like what they're kind of thinking about.
Sure.
So, but like you said, it's not even my taste, let alone your taste. And it's probably not everyone's taste, but it's an interesting story. And it's something that seems to be, people are fascinated by this stuff. Like Sunn has a huge following. You know what I mean? Like Drone has like its own subsection. It's like, all right. Just like Merzbow and all that stuff, like people are like diehard into that, and it's like, okay, like I can appreciate it intellectually. I can't listen to like a lot of Merzbow though, or stuff like that.
And I get Merzbow intellectually, but I like when bands like take noise elements and put it into music.
Yeah,
but pure noise music is just I don't know what it does. It's not music. It's more of just like some type of...
It's like a visceral experience or something.
Yeah, there's like there's nothing musical about it. It's like it's an assault on your senses, basically.
Yeah.
Which, you could say the same thing about grindcore early on, I guess, too. But there's some music, there's like something you could grab, like, hey, there's a guitar.
Yeah.
It's not just a guy twisting knobs on a card table.
Sure. Yeah. No, not wrong.
But yeah, there's people that it clicks to them so much. Mm-hmm. I'd like to talk to somebody about it. Like, what is it about this that really gets you going?
I'd be curious to like pick Mike's brain about it, because Mike, he's dabbled in that a little here and there, like remote viewing ensemble and some of that kind of stuff. And so he probably has some like theory that he could probably, explain.
Well, like
to us.
Remote viewing, though, they were still using traditional instruments as well.
Sure. Yeah. That's
and there was more of like a jazz backbone.
It was jazz musicians like hanging out with Ben.
Yeah.
Who was into
noise. But Ben was like one of those guys too, where I never understood like what made him want to do that shit.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't like, there wasn't like a scene. He wasn't in bands.
Yeah.
Like his dad he was a sound guy.
Yeah.
But like, what makes you want to just make noise and twiddle knobs and, it's just foreign to me.
Yeah. It's interesting. I guess people have said the same thing to like me before, and maybe you, like, why would you make comics, or why do you talk about music? Who cares? And I'm like, oh. And like, I guess I realized like some people don't have like any of that passion. They're not interested in thinking about things. And for them, like riding like a 4-wheeler for like 16 hours on like a Saturday and a Sunday, like that's their like, and it's like, oh, like it's hard because I've tried to like figure out ways to relate to some of my students about that stuff sometimes, like students that are very different from me, and try to like see what is their doorway into like anything, because it's not my doorway, and again, it's like I don't know how to like that. It's kind of the old adage there, but definitely it's definitely an intellectual exercise that we're undertaking here. So let's get into it. We got a pair of tunes. We've got Troll and Doomsday Night from Thor's Hammer from the Doomsday Night album.
Go!
All right, that was Doomsday Night and Troll from Thor's Hammer. And basically, as we're kind of getting here, O'Malley kind of talks in the Terrorizer Doom episode, or Doom Terrorizer Secret History of Doom Metal guide that I have. One of the great buys that I spent a lot of money on, and it's showed up in multiple episodes, for different things in ways I never really knew. And they're kind of asking him like what his relationship with Doom is a little bit. And so I thought I'd kind of share that. And he says, the Dark Passages compilation on Rise Above was the first time I was aware of the Doom thing. There were bands like Candlemass and St. Vitus, but it doesn't really seem like it existed as something until Rise Above took it and made something cohesive out of it. A friend of mine has a pretty cool idea about Doom as a genre. Where black metal and death metal have pretty specific explanations, he sees Doom as being judgment. The root of Doom being Dom, meaning judgment. But it puts a whole other spin on it. Rather than being the apocalypse idea of Doom, it's of Doom being a super powerful judgment, waves of sound or something like that. I think Hellhammer was probably my biggest inspiration to play slow at the beginning, but it got combined with exploration of tone pretty early with stuff like Thor's Hammer. That was the first band I really did this with. I played the bagpipes for 5 years when I was younger, and they have these parts of them called drones. There are 3 of them. Having that thing right by your ear, I'm sure that what's got me interested in texture and tone, like modulation and stuff. This is when I was a teenager, and I think that type of listening probably carried over into my guitar playing. Playing slow is one way you can play when you're not a very good player as well, you know? If you don't have a penchant for technique, that can become your technique. I don't think I'm a very good guitar player as a guitar player, but I do think the way I play guitar has its own style. I approach it differently. Yeah. So,
what kind of kid plays bagpipes?
I
thought it was like a cultural
thing,
because that's not really something you like do in band or anything.
I have a friend that does it. He's actually the guy that's done some plumbing for me. I think you've met him before, Matt Burns, and he. I think he was just taught by like his grandpa or something like that.
It was like handed down, family tradition.
Yeah, because we've had him play at like events and things like that. He's done like bagpipes. He's like the go-to bagpipe guy if you need one, you know. But yeah, it is really kind of fascinating, you know. But there is kind of something atonal and drony about bagpipes, right? I mean, it's
the whole that's the whole
dragging sort of sound, you know.
Kind of the whole point of is that like underlying low or whatever, just
that frequency thing that's kind of going on. Yeah. So, in terms of a little bit more on Runhild, this is her kind of talking a little bit about her vocal influences. And she says, the thing that fascinates me the most about a vocalist is not how clean the vocal tone is, but how much emotion the voice expresses. I want the singers to mean it, and I want them to write their own lyrics and preferably their own music. It puts a totally different perspective, depth, and content to what is coming out of their mouths. For growling, Carcass are my all-time faves. Not just the thrilling double vocals of Bill Steer and Jeff Walker, but also the anger and sincerity in their voices reflecting perfectly the lyrics. Also, I love Burzum. The vocals are so tormented and naked.
I can see the Burzum comparison
for sure.
For hers, because hers are really kind of naked is a good raw and right there.
Sinzel Edrison is a Norwegian jazz singer who is also an idol for me. She focuses on sounds and even makes up her own language, non-existing words to fit the music, and it just makes you feel stuff, although you don't understand what the words are. Diamanda Gallis is so intense and honestly brutal when she sings, and she's somebody that I get a lot of like Runhild vibes from, because Diamanda, she's done like a lot of really experimental stuff. She was on a Riding Christ record, one of the last Riding Christ records that they just put out. So she's like somebody that's kind of been, I don't know, she's like that go-to, she's like the Mike Patton, but like a female vocalist in terms of like doing really weird things with her voice that are super expressive and powerful that some people probably find probably off-putting, the way that some people find what Mike Patton kind of does to be like, you know, it's like, I don't know. And I think Runhild, that's kind of where she's intellectually probably coming from, some of those circles. So I think Diamanda Gallis is probably like a good anchoring point for some kind of people. She says, from pop culture, I love Grace Slick. from Jefferson Airplane. Her vocals are so muscular and strong with fantastic intonation, and I always preferred Britney Spears over the other pop girls. Immaculate diction. She's always in control. I'd love to hear that girl scream. So
I wonder if she's into Nico at all.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I bet.
Because there's
Nico,
like that art house weirdness to her stuff as well.
I think the other person that we're forgetting about is Jarbo.
That I was trying to think of her name.
I think Jarbo is kind of who Runhild is like kind of like intellectually connecting to.
Yeah.
I think she's a real big fan of swans. I've heard her like mention that before too. She's a smart lady. We're going to talk about like what she does, down the road. But I mean, she's going to go on and get a PhD in cellular physiology from the Faculty of Medicine at University of Oslo, and she becomes a Fulbright scholar. So I mean, she
no slouch.
Yeah, she's the fact that she's like still performing music and still like doing this is kind of like a hobby. That's what she calls it. She's like, it's just an expression of like, I don't care if I make money off of this. I'm not doing this to be popular.
Yeah.
And I respect that if you can do that.
Sure.
Most of us can't.
Yeah.
I mean, we do this not to make money, and we've been able to like, do what we want on our own terms.
There's always. I think that's the. I think if this turned into a job, the pressures would be different.
For sure.
I think our approach would be different to the whole thing, and
we'd have to do a lot more. We wouldn't be doing this episode. We probably have to do a lot more mainstream shit.
Well, depending on what if you could completely do it through being kind of sponsored by listeners, that's cool. But trying to navigate advertisements and everything else.
Sure.
So I totally get where I'd much rather do something like that where it's just about artistic expression than trying to make a living off it. That's too much pressure to put yourself under.
Yep. Yeah, without a doubt.
For that type of avant-garde kind of noise,
So as we kind of wrap up kind of the Thor's Hammer aspect, there's one last song that appears on their EP, if you will, and it's a live cut from one of the 2 live shows that they actually did. And it's Mellom Galgene, which basically translates to Between the Gallows.
Okay.
So pretty cool. And I said, along with the opening track, Norge, which we kicked the whole show off with, I think that for me, this is the highlight for Thor's Hammer. You can really hear the emergence of kind of that neurosis earth kind of ideas, especially in the second half of this song, that kind of the stuff that like O'Malley and Anderson are going to like obviously play with in their other bands.
It's got a borderline like anathema feedback control at the end there too.
For sure. Yeah. The sort of droning hypnotic kind of aspect that sort of comes in with what they're doing with the feedback and stuff.
It's kind of a blueprint for a lot, like the Southern Lord sound. I
was going to say
that's their band.
It's kind of here. Yeah. And that's why I think I like this song. Cause I like when things are like portents into the future, it's like, oh, that's the origin.
There's the one
of that, or whatever. Cause you have these kind of sheets of sort of guitar sludge slurry that's sort of engulfing the listener. And then, like I said, after the 8-minute mark, it becomes, as you sort of said, this kind of feedback, kind of droning, hypnotic kind of element, I said it's like a bizarre bridge from, I would throw Anathema into this too, but I threw like Thurgathan or Evoken to like the Burning Witches and Khanates and Sunns and things like that, and Runhild is just harrowing in this like kind of chaos kind of storm too. She's really doing some really interesting things there. So
I wonder if this is just like recorded like a 4-track and a mic or something.
I think so, because there's like I looked around on YouTube just for
there's video of it, isn't there?
There's videos. It's pretty rough.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably like real.
I mean, it's 1995 camcorder. You know what I mean?
Resolution is, especially like low light situations, never too good.
Because I'm sure they were playing in dive bars and shit.
Or somebody's house.
They were not playing like a big show anywhere. You know? So I think this is like, to me, where like the rubber hits the road a little bit, because 4 things kind of happen, all right, in the wake of Runhild leaving, all right? So here are the 4 things that kind of happen. 1, Burning Witch is going to form out of the ashes of Thor's Hammer. 2, Southern Lord Records is going to be formed by Greg. 3, Stephen O'Malley is going to become the art director with Misanthropy and Candlelight. And then 4, as I said before, Runhild is going to pursue a PhD over back in Oslo, all right? So to kind of unpack these things, I'm not going to go into the PhD stuff because that's whatever. That's its own.
Yeah, you can look it up online.
That's
what that means.
There's actually I found a video of Runhild from Norwegian TV, and they were like in her laboratory, and she's like talking, but it's all.
I just
Norwegian.
saw a picture of her looking at a microscope.
Yeah, there's a whole little PSA 3-minute commercial video with her a news segment from Norwegian. Yeah. It's pretty awesome.
Norway today.
Yeah, but there's no English, so I was like, we can't use an audio clip from it because I was I was hoping she'd be like, I'm Runhild. Like, you know.
Did you try? Did you try the closed captioning on YouTube?
Well, I think you can probably get like subtitles, but I don't think it will like dub. I want it like an audio clip that we could play for like listeners.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't really care what she's talking about. So let me kind of go backwards. So number 4 was the Runhild thing. Number 3 is O'Malley becoming this art director with Misanthropy and Candlelight. And this is kind of like stuff I think you're kind of maybe interested in. So this is from that art magazine, Art 21. And they kind of ask him how he kind of got into this, like working with labels like Misanthropy. And he says, it was simple. I fell into it. And at that time, everyone was making their own record covers on Photoshop or Quark Press. Or whatever.
Quark Express.
Quark Express. Sorry, not Quark.
It's no longer with us, but it's. I was very familiar with it.
Yeah. Which did you prefer between the two?
Quark Express.
Yeah, and Photoshop.
They were kind of like Quark Express was more of a desktop publishing program where we'd use it at the newspaper to lay out pages and stuff, and Photoshop was more photo manipulation. So you'd manipulate photos and then import them into Quark. So
it's like Quark, were you laying out like Eclipse and Requiem in Quark?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I thought. Because I remember Chris.
That's what got me the job at Relapse, because I knew it so well.
Nice.
Because like, well, can you recreate this ad in Quark? And I was like, yeah. I've been doing this for 5 years.
There you go. He goes, there were some record labels for whom I sold ads in some of the magazines to try and earn a little bit of money to pay for it and, to buy lunch. So the scale of the label that were buying ads were basically the guy bought the ad was also the guy who pressed the record, signed the band, did the mail, did everything. They weren't all one-man operations, but you know who was behind everything. And I was talking to a couple of these labels on the phone. There was a lot of phone calls at the time because there's no email. One guy was called Paul Thind, actually. He had a label called Necropolis Records.
Oh, yeah.
Which has a really bad reputation historically because they didn't operate in a very ethical business in the end. Anyways, the guy said that someone fucked up the artwork for an album. I don't remember which one it was. And I said, yeah, I could probably fix that for you. So it's like the same story, 3 lefts.
I actually did that for Paul as well.
Did you?
Not an album cover, but I did some ads for him, maybe in between when Steven left or something. Who knows?
Yeah, that's really funny. I mean, I don't think he ends up working with Necropolis, but I think this gets him the job. It's kind of where this is with other people. He says, because I knew that design programs, I had taken a few art courses at university, so I did a few record designs for him. And then it turned into, okay, why don't you do all of our stuff for a year? Then I became friends with Tizana Stupia. She was also known as Diamanda at the time, no relation to Diamanda Gallus. She was a woman running a black metal label. First of all, that was the only one worldwide. And she was also 24 and putting out some records. That was Misanthropy. So did you deal with her ever with Misanthropy?
Not when it was just her, but when it, I don't know if they sold to somebody else or like they started using a PR agency.
Okay, gotcha.
That's when I started. I've got like some Misanthropy. I've still got a Mayhem postcard. I
remember like weren't you guys like you guys had like a bunch of Burzum stuff that you were like mail order.
Stuff. I had a distro thing for a very short period of time.
That was because I remember some Philosophum, like those weird CD cases that were like tall, those like book kind of looking things.
Yeah,
what do you think those would go for today? Holy shit!
Who fucking knows?
Those
man.
are probably like
I've got
you had a bunch in your closet at one point. I remember you were like
I had sold all the shit, but the guy he gave it was almost like being a drug dealer because he gave me some stuff to like try out, and then he would give me stuff on credit basically, and then he'd get a hold of me in like a couple months and hey, what'd you sell? He's always really lenient with me. I forget the guy's name, but he's super fucking nice.
Was it worth it?
Yeah, I didn't lose any money.
Did you make money?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Because I could get stuff for, CDs are selling $18 a pop.
Yeah.
I'd get them for 12 to 14. Shipping was reasonable back then. Most of the stuff it was all shipped within the domestic US.
Yeah.
And the only place I advertised was in the magazine.
Okay. Yeah.
In our own magazine. So Horizon's Edge Distribution.
I remember.
I think it was around for maybe a year. And a lot of it, I just wanted to get stuff cheap myself. So.
Because I think we had this conversation in the Greek episode because you had that
Unison stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty funny. So anyway, so the lady says to him, hey, I want to hire someone to do the art in-house because I've been, I've been doing it all myself. And so this is how the early Misanthropy records were made. She'd go to a copy shop in London and work with the local guy and basically the Kinkos to lay out the Burzum record, to lay out basically all the early Misanthropy records. She's like, I moved to another town in England and they don't have a copy shop here. Would you want to work for me? I would pay for your flight coming over and you'll get a wage and stuff. And I was like, yeah. I was 23. I'd be like, yeah.
I didn't realize he actually went over there. That's cool.
Yeah. And the relation lasted a while. And when I moved back to the States, I just continued. I moved to New York and I just started working for advertising agencies for like 5 years. And by that point, okay, I'm an art director now, he puts in quotes, for real, because I make a salary and everything. And then at one point, my music caught up with that. And I quit that whole world of professional art direction to just do music. But I still do design. I just do it for people that I'm friends with and stuff like that. And so then he sort of talks about like how he kind of got into some of that other stuff. He says, well, you know, the idea for images and stuff. He says, I collected all these occult books, the book of medieval art, surrealist art, difficult things like that. I know you were always kind of collecting those kind of items.
So and then take them to the copy shop and photocopy anything that looked interesting.
He says, I mean, they seem typical now, but looking back, I was probably more of a collage artist than I was a graphic designer. I became a graphic designer later when I started creating my own stuff. For the black metal records, for example, for Emperor, I did all of their albums except for In the Night Side Eclipse. So the first one I did was Anthems, and the cover is a collage of Gustav Dorr engravings and Michael Martson photographs, basically, with sort of colorizing based on my fascination with pot at the time and how I thought that black metal music was actually psychedelic music and inspired by drugs as well, which I think they did. And then they kind of talk about some of the other images that he does with some of the other stuff. But I thought it was interesting.
The collage thing makes a lot of sense with the way he assembles stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they even kind of get into like Burning Witch a little bit. He just talks about some of like the images that he was using for some of the design work. And he says, I think a lot of the Burning Witch ones are an uneducated early interest in acoustic phenomena and also occult phenomena, which I had at the time. That was one of my interests in black metal because I was very interested in occult, which was very tied with black metal at the time. By definition, that's what black metal is. Black metal means satanic metal. Of course, there's a lot of other ways that people have used that tag too. And so he kind of goes off from there. But it's a really interesting interview, the whole thing, because they're not talking so much about music, but they're more talking about like how he puts together zines and how he...
It's nuts and bolts that like people don't talk about that much.
It's the stuff that I thought like, oh, that's probably stuff Mark can really relate to, is like how he just stumbled into like doing these jobs and becoming
really,
part of this.
Yeah, I think if you're going to do any kind of creative stuff, you've got to learn how to accept a lot of jobs that you're not qualified for, but you can fumble through it.
Yeah.
And then you do a couple of those and then you get a certain amount of cachet, and
sure,
you just, as long as you're into what you're doing, I think people can see that, and things just kind of fall into place. I mean, it's not like money's being thrown at you, but you can at least, like looking back over what I've done the last 15 years.
Yeah,
there's a lot of shit I thought I would never, like doing murals or doing like comedy posters and stuff. I would have never thought that was something I would do, but it's stuck with my, like, you look at it and it all looks like me.
Sure,
I think that's like a.
Well,
that's success in my eyes,
sure.
To be able to have a large breadth of work that you're happy with, not that stuff that you do for like an ad agency that you're like, oh, I don't even want to show that to anybody.
Sure. Yeah.
Like, I can see why he got out of that game.
Yeah.
It's pretty, I've known a lot of people that have been art directors, and they don't usually last very long if they're like real creative types.
Kind of burns you out, I imagine.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
You know?
And you're just like putting fires out and in meetings all the time. You're not really doing much.
When I think like, teaching is different, but teaching's different than like your normal 9-to-5 jobs on some level, because, I take on challenges where, I'll teach like a new class or a new subject or something like that. And like, to me, it might be out of my element, but like I have the skill set to like know how to like figure out a way to like deliver that content to kids in a way that's digestible.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the cool, like artistic, creative challenge part of it. Like, the content's always content's whatever, but it's like what you do with the different like things that they throw at you or whatever. The new classes I'm kind of teaching, like, okay, how do I deliver this to them? So
yeah,
it's different though, but there's definitely a creative element to it for sure.
For sure.
So then we're going kind of backwards. Southern Lord. All right. So Greg Anderson, Southern Lord formed in '98 in LA. Basically, let me find where he talks a little bit about this. It's in that Terrorizer issue. He He says, I decided to move from Seattle as I needed a change. I was in a weird space mentally, and I was really depressed and having some female problems and just needed to get out. I moved to Los Angeles with Burning Witch and Thor's Hammer recordings, and the Obsessed bassist, Guy Pinhas, loaned me the money to put them out. I'll talk more about that in a second. The reaction was amazing. We sold out of the first pressing of both albums right away and had to repress within a few months. It meant we had enough money to put out a collection of the Obsessed recordings. After that, we did Electric Wizard's Super Coven. We completely looked up to Rise Above. Aside from them, no one was handling the extreme doom, so Southern Lords started gathering a lot of interest, and we started growing. So that's kind of like how like sort of the jump start of that is. But basically, you know, it sprung forth in March of 98. The first release, as he said, was Thor's Hammer in April. And then Crippled Lucifer from Burning Witch comes out in July, and we'll talk more about Burning Witch here in a second. Some of the early releases were funded, actually, by Guy Pinhouse. And Guy Pinhouse also had worked with Man's Rune, that record a little bit. And he was the original Obsessed bassist going back to the early 80s. So he kind of came from that kind of punk kind of scene a little bit, yeah. And he'll actually end up joining forces and become the bass player in Goatsnake. So it's...
Isn't the drummer from Obsessed and Goatsnake?
So basically, he took the rhythm section from Obsessed, and that became Goatsnake.
After Wino fell off the cliff or whatever.
And it's because of how Obsessed put out Incarnate on Southern Lord, and that's kind of how he built that relationship, was just like putting out their stuff and then joining. So it's kind of like this
was Incarnate like something that they were going to put on the major label and they didn't want it?
I think so. Yeah, it was after Church Within. It was going to be like the follow-up to that, I think.
Yeah, because I think they just got thrown off Columbia or whatever, because...
And then serendipitously, when they play at Roadburn with Thor's Hammer, he plays bass for Thor's Hammer. So there you go. Nice. It's all interconnected. So yeah, he put out stuff like that. I mean, he's put out Place of Skulls, Sunn, Probot, Earth, Zaster. What's that?
The Nihilist demo reissues. Really nice package.
Yep. Boris, Lurker of Chalice, Warhorse, St. Vitus, Ohm, Wolves in the Throne Room. So there's a whole laundry list of kind of different things that he's kind of put out through the years and stuff like that. So
and they were the first label that I saw that put out those fucking gargantuanly thick LPs that you can't find a bag to save your life to put them in.
Yeah.
So I had to like make my own bags. Is that because
of quality, or is that like because all the stuff they're putting in?
Well, the stock is super thick, but also the spine is really thick.
Okay.
Usually they're always like, gatefolds with, double albums that actually fit really well, but they actually did the same style for when Relapse reissued all the Neurosis back catalog.
Yeah.
They're in those same really big.
They're thick. Yeah, because I have a couple of those Neurosis vinyls.
Yeah.
I think I have that Wolves of the Throne Room vinyl that's from
that
Southern Lord.
Craft.
Yeah. Was that Southern Lord?
Yeah, they put out...
Fuck the Universe?
No, it was the one, oh, Jesus, what the hell is it called? It was just that gray and black cover.
Okay. The one after Fuck the Universe? I can't remember.
It was like 3 ago, I think.
Okay.
I'll have to...
Yeah, no big deal. But they kind of asked Greg, what he's done with Southern Lord.
Void.
Oh, Void. Yep. I think that was the one after Fuck the Universe, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah. On who has done Southern Lord proud, and he says, I'm excited to work with Wino. We put out a few of the older Vitus titles and The Hidden Hand, Wino's first solo record, and we released The Place of Skulls. It's awesome to work with someone you respect and look up to. For me, Earth is definitely the biggest thing to have happen to the label, and Dylan Carson played at my wedding. I consider him family, and that relationship would never have happened if it wasn't for the label. With Boris, I could not get rid of 1,000 copies of the first record we put out. It took a few years, and they've ended up being one of the most successful things that we've done. Things like that give me faith. This whole True Doom movement is ridiculous. Only worshiping Vitus, Trouble, or Pentagram is very restrictive. The guys in those bands were into all sorts of music. St. Vitus were a bunch of punk rockers, and Trouble, who are probably the most traditional of those bands, were straight up metalheads. So he's just kind of reflecting a little bit on Southern Lord. And so this is kind of the nucleus. Southern Lord is kind of the centerpiece of this record, or of this episode in a way, and a lot of the kind of disparate things kind of start to come off from that. So the first kind of real band in the emergence after Thor's Hammer is Burning Witch, and they're formed in 95 out of the ashes, and it's Stephen O'Malley and Greg Anderson, along with Jamie Sykes, and they add a guy named G. Stuart Dahlquist on bass, and then this guy named Edgy59 on vocals. And after 2 live shows with the band, Anderson leaves to go and kind of start to put together Southern Lord and Goatsnake. All right. Then in 96, they record with Steve Albini. They put out Towers EP. And it doesn't actually get released until 98 on a record label called Slap-A-Ham Records.
I've heard of that for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. They
I think working at the record store.
probably something. Yep.
Some punk label or something.
Sykes leaves the band, and he's replaced by a guy named Brad Moen. And then they record Rift.Canyon.Dreams EP without Albini, just kind of with another sort of producer. The band basically dissolves at that point, but Southern Lord, who by like 98, has been formed by Anderson himself. They kind of put these together on a compilation called Crippled Lucifer, which is the 2 EPs sort of put together. And so that's where Burning Witch kind of comes from here. When you get into sort of Burning Witch, we're going to play like a pair of tunes from the Towers EP and a pair of tunes from the Rift.Canyon.Dreams EP. And we're going to start with the Towers EP and start with a tune called Tower Place. And I said it's like Tower Place, I kind of thought this is the one Albini kind of put together, and you can kind of tell with some of the drumming stuff. It's got Albini's kind of gleam to it. But I said it's like a weird amalgamation of early Cathedral, and even some I Hate God in there, especially like the vocals. There's Mike's kind of venomous vocals is kind of in there. And then some of the noisy elements that kind of bubbled underneath some of I Hate God stuff. You know how I Hate God would have those noise tracks, and they would kind of do some kind of uncomfortable, like screeching, squealing kind of stuff. It's definitely in there. Even Sonic Youth did shit like that. Mm-hmm. It's also reminiscent of that band Grief. I kind of hear a little bit of connectivity between what Burning Witch was doing and what Grief was doing. And then even kind of late 90s, early kind of 2000s kind of Wizard stuff a little.
There's some modern Celtic Frost.
Yeah.
And a guitar tone as well.
Like kind of monotheist type stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely tell that, being a guy like O'Malley, where he's kind of coming out of doom, but he's also like got like a foot in black metal. That's like a unique place. That's like a place like Tom G. Warrior's at too, right? Like
exactly.
He's kind of in those sort of circles a little bit, and even kind of like the stuff like Hellhammer would do. O'Malley talked about Hellhammer kind of being like some of those like long songs that Hellhammer did, where they're kind of droning or repetitious, like Triumph of Death. Right. Yeah. That's kind of a pretty harrowing song. There's a lot of like experimental, like weird shit going on in a song like that.
Yeah, and there's a lot like I think Tom might be, I feel like a kindred spirit as far as them doing simple stuff, but then like really like kind of adding a little bit of, not flair is not the right word, but just like doing a simple riff, but then like bending the whole thing, or like just keep up the repetition, or like up the volume, or like feedback into it, or holding shit out. And like a lot of their technique, not necessarily the sound, but some of their technique seems very, if you watch Tom G play live, a lot of the time he'll just hold a note and kind of like bend or something, like to kind of keep it going. But
so you I can kind of hear some of those kind of things kind of going on here. And then Sacred Predictions, the other tune from Tower, kind of starts with that Southern Doom lead riff that kind of evokes like Sabbath and I Hate God a little bit.
Yep, exactly.
Before it sort of marches forth, I said, into an apocalyptic, suicidal, droning, sludgy doom. The lyrics, I looked into the lyrics a little bit because I was kind of curious what these guys were talking about. And the lyrics are talking about seppuku, which is like ritual suicide, nuclear winter, nihilistic fatalism. It's all, it's all happy shit. And
call it psychology.
Yeah, and then I just said like the rest of the song just chugs like it's like Baton's Death March. That's just kind of what you got going on here. So not sure if anything grabbed you too much from Burning Witch, or what your impressions were, on these guys.
Just really kind of, single words.
Yeah.
Plotting.
Sure.
Definitely got the Sabbath thing out of Sacred Predictions.
I remember when this came out, Brian was like way into it, and he was like, "Dude, this is some fucking necro shit and stuff." And I didn't really
huge, but it never clicked with me.
Yeah, I think Grindcore might have been into this a little bit too. He was a little bit more into kind of some of the Southern Lord stuff, but even some of that was probably too like noisy for him.
A lot of the vocal choices are just like it doesn't land. I think the only thing I think I bought was like a Khanate record.
Yeah, that first Khanate.
I think so.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like originally, I didn't have Khanate in this, and then the more I read about it, I was like, this kind of maybe is like a missing link. And I actually went back, and I think I liked Khanate way more than when I had that first Khanate, because I got service from Southern Lord. I used to get this stuff. I remember getting that Khanate and just putting it on, and I think I just wanted Electric Wizard, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Like I was like angry. I don't think I knew old at that point too, because that's where those guys came from, Plotkin and stuff. So I didn't know like some of the weird
old lady drivers.
Yeah, just the weird elements and stuff. But yeah, so it's weird. But I think I'm glad I'm like kind of exploring this stuff now, especially after doing like the Neurosis episode and some of these other things like the Evoken thing. I think I have some more patience for this stuff. It's not necessarily like stuff I'm gonna like put on, but I don't know. I guess I understand where it's kind of coming from a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Even like with the Winter years ago, I didn't give a shit about that band.
And doing that Winter episode like contextualized a lot of things for me. I was like, okay, I think I know where this fits. You know, am I going to put Winter on every day? No, but like every so often, like I can appreciate like what they're kind of doing and stuff. You know, and that's another guy.
Probably put Godden on more than Winter Act, to be honest.
Yeah. But that's another guy, Steven, who talked a lot about Miles Davis and a lot about like the influence that had on him, and just these kind of like plotting kind of this modal sort of like patterns of music and some of that. So
yeah, it's
something that came up time and time again as I was looking into this episode. O'Malley talked about it. Runhild talks about it. Like it'll come up later in this episode, but it was like, it's like a weird anchor thing for some of those guys, and maybe appreciate
fusion.
People have wanted us to do a Miles episode, and we plan to. We want to do something maybe with Mike, our old manager, because he would be the perfect kind of guide for that. But COVID's kind of gotten in the way, and we haven't been able to kind of put that together. But it's definitely.
But he's interested in getting together in the summer, so
yeah,
or spring. You're saying.
Yep, and But anyways, that's kind of something sort of interesting. As we sort of dive into this, we're gonna play Communion to sort of end this set. But before we kind of go into some music here, our old friend Daniel Lake wrote about Burning Witch.
Daniel Lake.
Yep.
In his book?
Nope. It's number 84 in the top 100 Doom of all time. Crippled Lucifer, which is the collection of these two. And he says, some of the great albums on this list are occasionally comforting, even soothing, in their downcast glories. Not Burning Witch, not ever. Crippled Lucifer is trashy, populated less with songs and more with bloated, canting corpses bursting with ragged red pustules and twitching puckered sores. It's hard to imagine any of this music could have been made in a studio, but easy to smell it splashing against the walls of a ratty basement club where there's as much opiate brown as booze flowing through the crowd's communal veins. Even the title of this collection conveys an image of evil made uglier by physical corruption, not sleek and sumptuous, but hobbled and malformed. Unlike the tempo-challenged meanderings laid down by later incarnations Asva and Khanate, Burning Witch established comprehensible, if sluggish, beats through every track. G. Stuart Dahlquist heaves out buckets of curdled bass, while Stephen O'Malley's guitar tone pukes corrupted chords from sickened amps, sounds that congeal around ankles rather than carry through the air. Edgy 59 lights the whole mess on fire with his spited spine gibbering, dank and rancid, a forest fire over a toxic dump that sounds like a semi-conscious outpouring of shame and disappointment. For this abomination, witches will burn.
It's a good one there, Daniel.
Yeah. So I think that's the spirit. This is not fun music listening. This is not to be enjoyed. And that's kind of what they're going for here. So the last song we're going to play.
That should be the stickers.
Yeah.
This is not to be enjoyed.
Yeah. Fuck you. Don't enjoy this at all. And so Communion from Rift.Canyon.Dreams, and this one's got some interesting starts. It's kind of got some like Soundgarden riffs, which I thought was kind of interesting that these guys hail from Seattle.
It's like Soundgarden meets Melvins or something.
Yeah, it's definitely the Seattle kind of sludge thing, and like early stuff, Ultra Mega OK, Louder Than Love. I hear like Beyond the Wheel and Gun in some of these riffs.
You said Thale worked with Sunn later on?
Yeah, Thale will, and stuff like that. And a lot of those guys, I mean, Earth was out of Seattle, Dylan Carson. I mean, like the Dylan Carson story, right? That he's the one that bought the gun for Cobain. They were like hanging out 2 days before. Like there's all these like weird, this is weird stuff, you know. And like halfway through the song, like Edgy 59 like kind of goes from like spitting out these like horrific kind of vocals to doing these like weird Bobby Liebling pentagram kind of like wails, almost like
bellows,
bellows, whatever Bobby Liebling does, you know. But yeah, it's just it's a weird, I don't know, it's an interesting, it's very winter bleak, you know.
Yeah.
But my last quote before we go to the music here is, it's from O'Malley, and he was being interviewed about Burning Witch, and he goes, "I've heard people call us trans-dimensional drone doom, suicide doom, true blackened doom, molasses sludge, each more or less ridiculous. I think it's slow, heavy music playing around with time and its influence on the performers, as well as setting up altered mindsets during their performance. A play on magic and movement, in a way." So there we go. So enjoy Mellom Galgene, the live song from Thor's Hammer, and then we're going to go into his trio of Burning Witch tunes, Tower Place, Sacred Predictions, and Communion.
Really slow.
Sacred Predictions and Tower Place from Burning Witch. And then we end it with the Mellom Galgene, which
Sounds
I'm
like Dune shit.
probably mispronouncing.
Mujahideen.
Yeah, which is Between the Gallows. So,
Okay.
Yeah, Between the Gallows from Thor's hammer there. So yeah, we're definitely in the weeds now. We're kind of in the, kind of went through some misery there with some Burning Witch. We've got one more tune from Burning Witch kind of up, which is the History of Hell, Crippled Lucifer. And we'll talk more about that. Do you have some?
Just like a stupid comment.
Go ahead. Yeah, what do you got?
I put the history of how it said it sounds like teenagers fucking around trying to play Candlemas while drunk.
Yeah. You're not wrong. Yep. I said, at the 3-minute mark, we get Burning Witch's version of a groove, a headbanging riff. You know what I mean? It's got some propulsion. I wrote LOL. So like, it's almost them like, we'll try this thing. We'll try and be catchy for a moment and see what kind of happens, But I got a quote here from O'Malley. He says, "My personal opinion is that Edgy's vocals were the most important part of Burning Witch. He gave it unsettling and bizarre, almost inhuman chill. To me, being in Burning Witch seems in retrospect to be parallel to a period in my life where I was facing and then trying to cross the abyss of self and self-knowledge. Today I realize that search is as strong as ever, but it's not necessarily to direct this in such a dramatic way." So Towers is definitely the more terrestrial version of Burning Witch. The sounds and ideas are in a more straightforward way. He said, "Rift.Canyon.Dreams always seemed to me to be after Earth was cracked, looking through to the other subspace moments. Really, I think that Rift.Canyon.Dreams is a much more important work, even though it suffers in the production department." And I tend to agree. I kind of thought I would dig the Towers kind of stuff more because of Albini, just based on reputation.
Yeah.
But I tended to like really be drawn more to the sort of stuff that came from their second EP. And so I think that gives you a hint of maybe like where they would have gone after like History of Hell and stuff. They probably would have tried to do more like consciously like catchy things, or as you said, teenagers doing Candlemas. So I think you're kind of onto something there. So, and then we're going to kind of kickstart the next set with that, and then kind of like I said, we're kind of gravitating through the journey of these gentlemen and lady Runhild. And this is Greg Anderson now that we're going to sort of flip over to. So when he leaves Burning Witch, he goes and hooks up with the rhythm section of Obsessed, and he basically puts together Goatsnake. And they had just disbanded, Obsessed had. So then he brings in Pete Stahl on vocals with Greg Anderson kind of playing all the guitar stuff. And basically, like, this is just, I don't know, good time rock and roll, kind of Queens of the Stone Age, kind of, there's some Danzig sort of like swagger to some of the stuff that they're doing.
Reminds me of Down a little bit, like those guys, like that kind of like, not necessarily the sound, but like it sounds like people just having a good time.
Yeah, it's kind of down home rock and roll. I mean, there's Pete Stahl on vocals. He'll pull out a harmonica sometimes.
Yeah.
Which is like
in
Flower of Disease. Yeah, I mean, and I don't hate
Sabbath.
it. I don't really hate it. It's kind of cool. And so I guess it's the late '90s, early 2000s when this stuff's happening. That's kind of right when kind of the stoner rock thing, Fu Manchu and Queens of Stone Age are starting to get some kind of mainstream status.
When does that hit? It's like,
I mean, rated R,
pitch.
Probably 2002, 2001.
Okay,
I would say.
Like when Man's Ruin was putting out like 30 records a year, and
I mean, Man's Room was kind of like done by like 2000.
Okay.
And really it was like Meteor City and some of those labels that had kind of taken the mantle. TMC, Music Cartel.
They're probably the biggest.
They were putting
offender.
out like a lot of stuff because I was getting service from all that stuff, so I had to sift through like what was good and what wasn't.
There's a lot of just
some of it was
okay
fine.
stuff.
Yeah, some of it was like there were a couple diamonds in the rough there.
I think that Shivi people always complain about that for some reason.
Shivi,
that was kind of like the tipping point.
Yeah,
it's like it's okay, but it's like
I had my issues with like Orange Goblin and stuff. I think I like them more now, but
I didn't really.
It wasn't.
They gave me the like rubbed me there. I just didn't. It didn't. Guys are nice, but I don't care about the music.
Yeah, like I need something. Fu Manchu had something for me. Nebula had something for me. Queens had something, but some of those bands just
even like the Desert Session stuff. There was always something there.
Yeah, that was more just
even if it
noodling
was more
around
new,
and-
like that's kind of how I feel about a lot of the Southern Lord stuff.
Yeah. More
like
freeform noodling kind of stuff.
it has that kind of vibe, but like for some reason that Josh Homme stuff, like something about he's just.
Well, I think that's anchored in like warmth and rock and roll.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like where our center kind of is. And a lot of this stuff kind of drifts pretty far from our comfortable center, and purposefully. What's the sticker we talked about?
This is not for enjoyment.
You will not enjoy this. Yeah. You will enjoy Goatsnake though. I mean, I think this is kind of this is a nice little break in the center of this show to give people hope that rock and roll does exist, I guess.
Never forgives, man.
Yeah, rock and roll never. But they put out 2 EPs in 98, Man of Light and 4, before releasing their debut. And they put their debut, which is called 1, out on Man's Rune, actually, in 99, before I think Flower Disease, I think by then he's starting to put stuff out on his own label on Southern Lord. And basically, we just thought we'd play one song from each of their 3 kind of records, just as kind of a little detour for a moment. So from the 1 record, which comes out in 99, we got Slippin' the Stealth. And it's got a nice, catchy bounce. Definitely some Danzig swagger mixed with a little bit of kind of Pentagram Caius riffing. You can't really deny, I said, the innate instincts of Obsessed, especially like the bassist, Guy Pinhas, and then Greg Rogers on drums. Mm-hmm. They even do, Rogers even does like a bongo break at like 220. I just said, it's like Voodoo Fire from Cathedral or something. It's got like that kind of fun loving, that like mid 90s Cathedral where they're just like having a good time.
Yeah. Bringing Arthur Brown into Doom and shit.
Yeah, exactly. And then Greg's monster feedback kind of leads into some really great Pete vocal hooks throughout the song. So it's a nice little kind of ditty. It's not a long tune. And then Flower Disease, a year later, it's a title track. I said beyond like kind of the obvious kind of Led Zeppelin, Sabbath, Vitus, Trouble riffs. I said you can even hear bits of like Acid Bath a little bit in there, not in the vocals or anything like that, but in some of like the riff patterns, even like little bits of Clutch in terms of like Pete's vocal phrasing and stuff like that.
Sure. Maybe that's why another like I've never been able to penetrate Clutch either.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Like I know you and Chris like them a lot, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I saw them a couple years ago. Mastodon opened for them. I went to see Mastodon, but
Yeah.
I was like, going for free anyways. Why not just stick
Did you
around for a
stay
little while?
for
I
the
stayed
live
for like
show?
3 songs
Yeah.
of Clutch, and I went with musician friend Jason Schromm.
Oh yeah.
We went to and we were like, after a couple songs and left. But,
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something about it that doesn't connect, and I don't exactly know what it is, but
Yeah. Sometimes Clutch isn't as heavy as I want them to be.
yeah.
But they're not as like Stooges as I want them to be either sometimes. Yeah, I could see that. They're kind of fit in this like nether region. I don't know. I've always enjoyed Clutch, but they're also not like a band I'm gonna like die on a cross for or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you like them, cool.
Yeah.
If you told me I only like their first 2 records, I'd be like, yeah, those are my 2 favorite as well. Like I'm with that. I don't own everything from them, but there's a song here or there that like really kind of grabs me,
Like what was that hit in the 90s? The
Shogun named Marcus or
Yeah.
Space Grass,
I think
Escape
it's
from the Prison
Shogun
Planet. Yeah,
was the one that had the video was on constantly
yeah,
on MTV, and it was cool for the time.
Yeah.
And then just nothing. Going back and listening to it was like, I guess it was fine for the time.
yeah. I think it's just like it's like fun rock and roll music for people that just like that stuff, but it's not like dumb radio stuff. It's like something.
They occupy a really weird spot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like they're still popular enough to fill up like a
we
3,000 seater.
We saw them at the Fillmore a couple weeks ago. My friend Mark and I.
Oh yeah. Was
it was
pretty
sold
full?
out. Oh
Was
yeah,
sold out?
It was,
Nice.
yeah, it was packed.
I don't know what the capacity at that place is. 5,000 maybe?
Probably, yeah.
Oh.
So, I mean, it's weird. Like, I don't know. It'd be hard. Not that I would ever do it, but it'd be hard to like. I wouldn't know how to like put a Clutch show together. Like, we're capable of it. I mean, fuck, we put this show together. We're capable of anything if we put our minds to it. But
Sure.
I just don't know if I have enough like intellectual
Is there enough to
ideas.
say about it?
Yeah, like
It's fun. It's fun to enjoy.
it's like,
but-
okay, this is another album of Clutch that they're just doing some of the same Clutch kind of things. Like the ideas are interesting. Like you could maybe talk about like the first couple Clutch records like as part of a bigger episode.
Yeah.
You know, like if you're covering like early 90s like
alt metal or something.
yeah,
I
or something
don't
like
even know
that,
what
or
to call
you're
it.
looking at like the first Caius record and COC Blind and some of these like gateway drugs into, because Clutch was kind of a gateway drug into like doom rock kind of. I mean, they sort of were for some people, you know.
Yeah.
I have a lot of friends that like got into harder metal through Clutch. It was like a weird kind of gateway thing, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like even when I see like a show sells out, I was like, where do people fucking hear? Like, it's not on the radio. It's not like where are people hearing this stuff?
I think here's where I think, and I might be speaking out of fashion. I think they occupy the same sort of sphere as like Pearl Jam fans do, Grateful Dead fans, Fish fans. They sort of are just their own thing, and you're like passionately into it. Like the people who are at Clutch that I was like watching were way into it, and that's cool.
Yeah.
There's like way worse bands to be passionate about. So like, you know what I mean? So
Pearl
I'm like,
Jam among
so I'm
them,
like,
but-
yeah.
yeah.
And I don't even begrudge. I like Pearl Jam enough. Like I don't care about their last 20 years, but like there's a good like 7-year run that like I get really nostalgic about.
Sure.
But like that's a band that like stopped making videos, stopped releasing songs on the radio, and just cultivated this grassroots thing that's very similar to like Grateful Dead, where people follow them around.
Well, they
and
did
are
that
very,
series
very
of like
passionate.
live CDs. I remember doing
just
midnight
like Grateful
sales and
Dead
shit
and
for
Fish
those,
did, and I think
yeah.
Clutch has this like live thing that like this thing that people like get into, and
And it's like a stoner subculture thing too,
yeah,
isn't it?
I think that's kind of some of it.
'Cause
I
there's
think
just-
it's like stoner people that don't want to like go into like Electric Wizard territory. It's like that's like too scary.
It's kind
to
of
them.
it's like AC/DC. It's you know what
Yeah,
you're getting going.
It's very
in.
safe. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, Neil's got like a personality to him. He's got like,
Yeah.
kind of a
I drew him a couple times for Metal Hammer.
Yeah. He was really good stage banter the whole time. Like
Yeah.
he's like a good front man. He knows what he's doing, you know? So they're like it's sort of like when people like, I get it from like a Foo Fighters standpoint, because I like the Foo Fighters. But again, if you were to be like, the Foo Fighters aren't writing anything interesting, I wouldn't be able to argue with you. You know what I mean? Like I'd just be like, yeah, I go to Foo Fighters show with my friends that I teach with, because that's like at their level what they want to see.
Yeah.
And I can see it and enjoy it enough, but I don't sit around listening to the Foo Fighters. But like if I'm at a Foo Fighters show, I'm having a good time, but then I go home and I'm not listening to Foo Fighters. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of like what Clutch is for me. Like I can be in that space where if I'm at a party and somebody's playing Clutch, I'm like, oh, there could be a lot worse stuff that somebody's playing at this party, you know?
Yeah. Could have some mud.
But yeah, I
bands
think
with
they're
that.
just like a very moderately like above average rock band. That's about it.
There's just not. There's thinking about. There's not a whole lot of bands that occupy that space.
Yeah.
That they have like that could fill up that kind of, do that kind of touring all the time. Always big in Detroit.
Yeah.
It seems like.
Flint, Detroit, they've got that kind of cult following.
But yeah, they're just like it's just. I think you nailed it with. They're just like this cult of personality.
Yeah,
People follow them around, and they're.
Yeah. People define themselves as like, yeah, I'm a Clutch fan. Oh, cool.
Do they have a name for the fans?
I don't know. Clutchers?
Clutch heads or something?
Yeah, clutch heads. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Stick shifts.
Stick shifts. So anyways, yeah, some vocal phrasing like Clutch in Flower Disease there. I like I said, when that harmonica comes in, I just said, let's just say I didn't hate it, you know?
It was a pleasant.
Yeah, it's kind of
pleasant
just a
thing to
nice little touch, you know? I said the song wallows in that kind of mid-pace sleep style of doom for much of the length, you know? It does kind of move a little bit more up-tempo and bouncing kind of near the end. Some nice little leads from Greg. It's, Goatsnake doesn't... They're really good at what they do, but it's not something like I'm going to put on a lot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I get like, wow, there might be like some fans who are like just into this, you know?
It's going back to the Clutch thing. It's almost that kind of like they're not doing anything crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They're not reinventing the wheel, but they're doing what they do good, and they've got good, I guess, aesthetics, and
Sure.
it's not impenetrable to get into.
it's kind of like when we did that Fu Manchu show for the patrons this like past summer, like I kind of got off the Fu Manchu train in like 2002, 2003, but like they're still putting out, I think, pretty good records, because I did check out a couple songs and I'm like, oh, this is good. I just
kind of same old.
I just didn't. I got what I need when I need it. I can pull those records out that I kind of, I don't know. It's like something's got to be there for me to like stay with a band like beyond.
Yeah, like
you and I are
you kind of understand
about some bands, but
sure.
like, yeah, some bands you're like, okay, this is enough for me. These like 3 records, that's all I ever need from that band.
Yeah, back out and you're done.
Yeah. And I'll always appreciate those 3 records maybe or something, but I don't know. And Goatsnake didn't overstay their welcome. Fuck, they took a 15-year break. You know what I mean? So like they put out 2 records, you know, kind of Greg Anderson went and did Sunn, and then
every time they have something to say, they get back together.
Kind of comes back, yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. Like the reason why he kind of, you know, after they put out Flower Disease, he kind of goes on and starts working with Sunn, and then they're kind of done. Goatsnake is. But then in 2015, 15 years later, lo and behold, here comes Black Age Blues. Basically, what was kind of interesting about this is it shows up after like 15 years because Greg had been working on a failed supergroup with Scott Carlson, Joel Grind, and London May from Samhain, the bass player from Samhain.
What the fuck was that?
All right, exactly. Like? And so he was like, what it meant is like this happened in like 2013, 2014, and when that project sort of fell apart, he had already been kind of like hanging out with a bunch of people talking about writing more traditional rock songs rather than Sunn songs.
Yeah. So
his like mind was like, oh, I might as well just do a Goatsnake record because I'm kind of like
in that frame.
I'm like in that frame of mind, and so that's kind of when they kind of put together Black Age Blues, you know, and yeah, and so it's you know, I mean the song itself, Coffee and Whiskey, that we're gonna play, I was singing it earlier because it's been a fucking earworm in my head for a couple of days. It's kind of a silly, ridiculous song, but it's fucking infectious and hooky. And the end riff, like all of a sudden gets way heavy, the second half of the song, and it turns into like a Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath kind of like cool riff, you know? Anyways, yeah, so it's kind of a fun one there. So I don't know if you had much to say about any of these Goatsnake songs much, or
I kind of just think I kind of have.
Just kind of
I've said my piece.
You said your piece, yeah. So let's get into it.
I do like the harmonica, though.
Yeah,
I'm going to say that
good stuff.
I always liked that in Sabbath. It made me reevaluate how I felt about the harmonica.
Yeah.
Because it could kind of like chug along as like a little accent instrument, too.
Was that Ozzy?
Yeah.
He played it, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, because he's like, oh, you can play a
I
harmonica.
think Pete,
like, all right,
the
bring it on.
vocalist here, is the one playing the harmonica.
Okay.
So he kind of does a little Ozzy ode.
Because I had, you know, as kids, you have a chip on your shoulder about stupid things, and I just thought harmonicas were the stupidest thing ever.
Well, I didn't know blues music yet.
I didn't either. I knew it from like idiot kids on the school bus fucking blowing a harmonica and it's like putting wax paper on it or something stupid. It's playing in music class.
Yep.
So
Yeah, exactly. Like I hadn't discovered Dylan or blues music or any of that stuff to like understand what it was about, you know.
Or Blues Traveler for that matter. Oh, yeah. The Popper, man, he can really
John Popper.
He can really blow some harm.
Speaking of John Parper, oh my God. We're going to go into History of Hell, Crippled Lucifer from Burning Witch. Then we've got Slippin' the Stealth from Goatsnake's first record, One. From their second record, a year later, we've got Flower Disease. And then 15 years later, from Black Age Blues, we've got Goatsnake's Coffee and Whiskey.
inside to hide the cry. Pain just love to multiply. Yeah. The scars are mine, whose souls I know. Cuts me deep and slowly takes my soul. I face these walls of this place alone. I know your love, but still it can't follow. I smile inside to hide the cries. Pain just loves to
That was Coffee and Whiskey, Flower of Disease, Slippin' the Stealth, and History of Hell, Crippled Lucifer. Slippin' the Stealth sounds like...
It sounds like a Fu Manchu song.
Yeah, it also sounds like something inappropriate, like
popping in without her knowing kind of thing.
Something like that. Yeah, like a slide it in.
We don't stand for
Snake
that
or something like
nowadays.
That. No, but it's just like a slip in the stealth. I don't know. It just seems like a weird euphemism that I'm kind of missing there. But
West Coast one.
So we kind of had our fun there with Goatsnake, kind of some rollicking, catchy songs from Coffee and Whiskey, and now we're just gonna fuck your whole world up. So you're welcome, because here it comes. It's what you've been waiting for. I mean, we made it 4 talk sets before this happened, so really we're not punishing people too badly in this episode. But
you can always skip.
Yeah, you could, but I think I hope you're here for this journey a little bit.
Just don't drive.
And please. This is not a drive and listen. So we're just kind of gonna dip our toes into the chaos and drowning noise of what's kind of gonna follow. Khanate. So Khanate's formed in 2000 after Stephen O'Malley and James Plotkin. And James Plotkin came from a earache band called Old. Pretty fascinating stuff. I kind of really gained an appreciation from Old because one of the first Radical Research episodes that Jeff and Hunter did was on Old. And it contextualized a lot of that stuff for me. Because
listen to that one or not.
Was it lo-fi flux
capacitor or something?
Flux tube or something like that? It was one of the... I don't know.
It was one of the them and Lawnmower Death were the 2 Eric bands.
Kind of the outliers a little bit.
What the fuck is this? Yeah.
Just drop something there. Scared my cat though, so that works. But yeah, so Old, Plotkin was kind of this guy who was sort of involved with all that, along with Alan Dubin, who will end up doing vocals from Khanate, and he was from Old as well. And basically, they met up at an ISIS show by way of Dave Witt. He kind of introduced them, and they kind of met up with members of this band called Shadowcast. Excuse me.
Shadowcat in the brain.
We were just talking about X-Men shit, and I have a cat called Shadowcat named after Kitty Pryde. And they were kind of this dirge, drone, doom kind of band that Plotkin was in, along with his old vocalist.
Previous
old, named Alan Dubin. And basically, they just kind of said, let's kind of start playing music together and do something kind of crazy. And they add a guy by the name of Tim Wiskaida on drums, and we're off to the races. And you get Khanate. And I was telling you, I don't know if this is on mic or off mic, but when I got this Khanate CD, I was getting stuff from Southern Lord in 2001, and I didn't like it. I didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
Same with Teeth of the Divine. I didn't know what to do with that when it came out. I knew Lee was involved, and I was just I don't
know if I ever had it, but I think I had it.
That so I must have played it for you.
Yeah, I would have wanted to hear it just because Dorian's on it. But yeah, it kind of fell into that same.
It was 3 songs, 60 minutes long.
Yeah.
So it was where's your entry point? Do you have the patience for it? It's interesting because some of the things that we're about to venture into, especially maybe not so much this set, but certainly in the next kind of couple sets. I was a fan of Godspeed You Black Emperor. So there was a place for me to sit and listen to this stuff in some capacity, long piece kind of forms of music that kind of were meditative, that didn't necessarily have vocals on them. I
think they take you on a different journey.
Yeah, I guess I don't know how you would describe
classical as far as the waves of quiet, loud,
because Mogwai would do stuff like this. A lot of stuff we were into was doing this, but some of this didn't grab us at the time, or we didn't have a gateway.
It seems all the same journey. It's just beat you with a club.
Yeah. Khanate, sure.
Yeah.
Sunn's a little bit more.
Yeah, they're more like a soundtrack, really.
Yeah. But yeah, the Khanate stuff is just, it's really pretty fascinating. Now I kind of like it. Especially the song I sort of picked here, Skin Coat, because the more I kind of investigate into this, we'll kind of get into it. But there's it made in number 63. It cracked Decibel's top 100 doom metal records, and Eaton Rosenblum wrote something about it. And he says, if most doom bands write riffs that can topple cities, Khanate's debut is music for the survivors, living in the sewers beneath the ruins. Stephen O'Malley's droning guitars claw ugly shapes into the dank air, then sputter feedback sparks like down power lines. Bassist James Plotkin may as well be plucking human guts. Drummer Tim Waskaida breaks new ground in molasses-paced propulsion, and the less said about Alan Dubin, the better. Just know that you will never sleep again after you hear him whisper, "I put you on, crawl inside," on Skin Coat. Khanate drags us through long, empty stretches, so we get time to think about what we've done. Unlike some of these guys' other bands, Khanate structure their dirges impeccably. We can't help but continue sloshing through the filth. In a subgenre that valorizes plotting riffs and bad vibes, Khanate could outplot and outbum pretty much any band, and yet the extremity of Khanate goes far beyond its speed, far beyond the thick fog and negativity that shrouds every note. It's simply some of the most deeply fucked music ever recorded. Khanate reached levels of discomfort that you shouldn't be able to reach with sound alone. And that's, in this last listen, that's kind of what I picked up on, is this idea that they're doing things that are really, really unsettling and uncomfortable. For example, like Skin Coat, which, you know, he referenced here, the song we're going to play. I mean, Alan Dubin's, you know, vocals, they're kind of, for me, the highlight. You know, I guess it's sort of like disarming in the way that like Burzum for some people is maybe disarming, or they're like an attack on the assault to like, or an assault of the senses, in that they're trying to get under your skin. Like, I guess, like if you're a horror fan, you can kind of go at horror in a visceral Texas Chainsaw, Halloween, Friday the 13th. You can come at it from like a Lynch perspective. You can come at it from like a Reanimator, Cronenberg perspective. But like, to me, this is like Audition.
Or like the Martyrs.
Something like that. Yeah, this is like the stuff that like Audition like got under my skin. You know what I mean? Like, in a way, like, you know, it's just, it's kind of unsettling. And I think like that's kind of what's sort of happening here. You know, he's doing these like black metal shrieks, these harrowing whispers. The shift that the song takes at like the 5-minute mark, where Plotkin kind of is doing this like eerie sort of bass. Like, I basically wrote like a narrative. I said, this takes you into the basement of Jamie Gunn, right, from Silence of the Lambs, as Dubin tells you about skinning people for, well, coats. I said it's a lot of gluey porch treatment, like kind of Melvin music. But when he like sings, "I wear a human shield, put you on, skin fold back, crawl inside," like that's pretty nightmarish. And the way he's like creepily saying that, like, again, do I want to listen to Khanate very often? No. But is it effective, like visceral listen if you want to engage in it? I think it's very visceral. You know what I mean? And it's got a lot more life than like some of that stuff we were maybe talking about earlier.
Yeah.
To me, this is like, it's an assault, and you're going to feel it, and you're going to either subject yourself to it for the experience, or you're not going to want to, you know?
Yeah.
And not everybody's into Audition. Some people just want Friday the 13th. You know what I mean? And I think
the through lines, all the stuff, all the music, it puts people in a place of discomfort.
Yeah, that's the point. It's like not a pleasant listen. You know what I mean? Like, and as like an art theory thing, and this is like the difference between art theory and like music for enjoyment. I don't know. I guess it's effective, right? If your theory is that you want to disarm people and make them like super uncomfortable, like, I get why some people don't like Lynch movies, because they make people feel like uncomfortable sometimes. You know, like I remember going to see Mulholland Drive, and Jessica, my girlfriend in college, her roommate went with us, and she was like upset afterwards. She was like angry.
I think I went to.
Did you?
Yeah.
And she was just like, "Why the fuck did you make me deal with that?" Like, now and she was like angry, and she had to confront things that were like nightmarish, right? And like, you and I like are interested in nightmarish things because like we just want to go there.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's visceral. I get why somebody wouldn't ever want to fucking listen to Khanate, because it's not a pleasant journey. You know, I also get why somebody wouldn't want to listen to that 14-minute long Burzum song that I find fucking amazing, but it's also like repetitive and harrowing and uncomfortable and unsettling, and like he's just shrieking, like, you know.
For some reason
that doesn't scare me.
I can get behind that easier than some of this for some reason. Like
I think
they're
Khanate's
trying to go
closer
for this.
that.
Yeah, Khanate's the most
than some of that other stuff.
It's probably the most in my wheelhouse out of this entire thing. I mean, later on Sunn stuff is fine as well, but it has more of a texture. It's not just oppression.
It's something like I can't see myself like listening to Sunn very often. You know, if ever, like I can put out maybe on the background if I'm like cleaning the house, maybe. But even then,
but then you're just like plodding around the house.
Yeah, it just sort of depends. I guess it's like ambient noise.
If you want to take a handful of mushrooms and clean your house, like
maybe
put that on and
maybe that's the secret.
Like a Jordiowski kind of fucking communing with the gods.
Maybe that's kind of the key to all this.
Have you come across in any of your research? Are these guys like drug users? Are they like really into like marijuana or hallucinogens or anything?
I haven't. I didn't look for it either.
Because he said something about he had a relationship with weed.
Yeah. So
but I don't know if if they're doing hallucinogens or mushrooms or acid.
I mean, Greg came up through straight edge, but then he kind of said like that was one part of his life, and he's kind of moved past that. I'm not saying he's like a drug user, but they
just don't like talk about it or anything.
Yeah, just it's not like sleep where like it's a part of like everything.
Sleep. It's like this dope universe they live in, but.
Yeah, but it's kind of just a really sort of interesting kind of thing happening there. Yeah. So Plotkin, I found this oral history on Khanate, and it's pretty fascinating. I'm not going to read much from it, but there's like one little sort of part where Plotkin's kind of talking about the challenges of like performing Khanate live, and he just said, learning the parts for the live show was fairly easy. It was a lot of visual cues, unless the part had an actual tempo. We just had to stay in a configuration where we could all see each other. The hardest part of learning the songs was making sure you weren't so wasted that you lost count. There you go. There's the answer Mark's question. Or forget how many repetitions had happened. It was easy to lose track. One of the interesting things about Steven's riffs on those records is that there will be a part, and within the repetitions, there will be a various permutation on the original riff. And whether it's the order that shifts slightly or the duration that we'd hang on certain notes, it keeps it from becoming the critique of, quote, oh, it's just the same 3 chords over and over, but really slow. It's not. If you can actually pay attention to detail, the riff itself is 2 minutes long. It might sound like 8 repetitions to you because you're not paying attention to what's going on. That's what I really liked about that band. The attention to detail that other people might miss. It keeps you on your toes. There were so many shows where Tim and Steve would be playing a completely different part of the track than me and Dubin, or Steve would get so drunk before a show that he'd completely forget where he was in the song and he would just stop playing. It was pretty easy to get tripped up in everyone's defense. So it sounds like Steven was
getting hammered,
drinking and doing things, this is 2001 or whatever. So Khanate's going to go on for about 4 or 5 years, but I think one of the takeaways I got from reading this oral history, I don't want to spend too long on Khanate, was this idea that Dubin was the key. Like his like vocal performance was almost like some kind of Mike Patton kind of crazy Michael Gira, like it was just like it was in your face and very visceral, and you'll get a sense of that when you hear the Skin Coat song. And also that the guys often didn't like each other in a cool way, and Plotkin kind of talks about that like there was a lot of conflict, and that's where like a lot of the cool parts of their music came from, and that's why it could only like last for like 4 or 5 years, just because there's some interesting stuff, like when you've got people that they're there for the same reasons, but they don't necessarily get along personally. I think you can get some interesting music out of that type of conflict. Yep, absolutely. And so, that's kind of, there's Plotkin has this great kind of thing where they're talking about trying to make music. He says, I don't give a fuck about democracy in a band. He says, if someone is writing a shitty part, throw it out. It's about the music. Once the individual ego comes into it, then everything is compromised. You either want to make the best possible record you can, completely aside from your individual ego, or, I don't know, join a fucking collective. So it sounds like that's where things kind of end it with the band, that like maybe some egos came into play, and I won't cast any aspirations or judgments there, but it's, so we'll start with Khanate here, and then we're going to sort of drift into some other territory, and where we're going to go is into Sunn. I never in a million years ever thought we'd be doing a Sunn episode, and we're not. We're just playing a couple songs, a little sample bag of it. But
couple songs, everything's fucking 15 minutes long.
Yeah. Well, some of these are like fade ups and stuff,
Okay.
so just segments, in the notes, because for that very reason, because there's a lot of like long shit. So yeah, we're only going to hear like 6 minutes of this first tune or whatever. But I wanted to read from this, and this is from the Terrorizer Secret History of Doom Metal. And they basically do a little feature on every subgenre of Doom. And they actually did one on drone that I thought was kind of interesting. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I want to kind of read like the background a little bit on it up to like Sunn, because this kind of connects us to like the Neurosis episode we did about a year ago. And I don't know.
Yeah, it was almost exactly a year ago.
Guy Strachan wrote this. You remember him from Terrorizer? He always did like a lot of reviews, I remember.
I didn't read Terrorizer after. It was just like if I saw it somewhere, I'd check it out. But
So he says, read through almost any review from the heavier end of the Doom spectrum, and the adjectives of drone, sludge, and dirge will most likely be found in Residence. Although the terms are often interchangeable, the one that is certain when heading off into the particular realm is that the recordings found therein are, to a man, crushing. The drone itself has had a long journey before being seized upon by the metal community. From the early days of Lamont Young, Alvin Lucifer, and Velvet Underground to Krautrock and beyond, the late 1980s saw two seminal and extended works in the form of Spaceman 3's Dream Weapon and Nurse with Wounds' Soliloquy for Lilith. All right, Spaceman 3's Drone ran for an entire album, Nurse with Wounds across 3 albums. While hypnotic and haunting respectively, the classic early example of taking the drone and adding a deep-seated sense of monolithic metallic foreboding came from when Seattle duo Earth released Earth 2 in 1993. Spread out over a double album, 2 was a bludgeoning drone taken to extremity, and such was the album's influence that members of Cathedral and Iron Monkey were to name their band Teeth of the Lion's Rule of Divine after one of the album's tracks. In the live sphere, Earth, who took their name from an early incarnation of Black Sabbath, proved to be equally grueling, as exemplified by the suitably named Sunn Amps and Smash Guitars album. Backpedaling a few years, Melvins had initially formed as a breakneck hardcore outfit, but by the release of their 87 debut, Gluey Porch Treatments, they had developed a sound not dissimilar to a battered Kiss record playing at 16 RPMs on a buggered turntable, and in doing so, were one of the first bands to be tagged with the Sludge tag, with that album's title amply reflecting the contents and very definitely serving as a key influence to much of the resulting genre. Fellow Bay Area Noisenicks Neurosis had also initially started out as a punk act with releases on the early Lookout label, but soon developed a sound all of their own. In turn, atmospheric and pounding, their ability to inject an awe-inspiring range of dynamics into their slow-mo wall of sound was probably captured at its best on Through Silver and Blood. Yet to this day have continued to make albums that have consistently delivered the punishment. As Earth moved away from full force single-note assaults and added such previously inconceivable elements such as melody and song structures into their work, to me, Earth 2 was such an extreme statement. I'm not saying extreme in that it was long or abrasive, because that's been plenty of stuff like that. I just mean that it was a very limited way of working. There wasn't that far to go in that direction. I think the only place to go would be maybe one tone for an entire record. That's what Dylan Carson told Terrorizer scribe Jay Bennett in 2008. So the baton was picked up by Sunn, featuring Stephen O'Malley of noted dirge Doom Squad Burning Witch, amongst others, and with a live show that featured the bands torturing their instruments while standing behind a wall of Ampeg bass cabinets secured their reputation. Quote, "It's really like massive oscillations with the 2 guitars. That's really fun to play. And when you've got 2 guitar players, 3 bass players, and a Moog player, then there's like a 7 oscillator lineup," Stephen O'Malley told music magazine The Wire in 2009. Expanding their palette by hooking up with the likes of Jasher and others have shown that the band can diversify beyond their droning realm. They themselves had the band naming tribute with Mexican outfit O, sounding not dissimilar from their obvious influence, while the likes of Neurosis, Sunn, and Earth have all had a sound that was relatively well produced. In the wake of there emerged a number of bands who took a similar approach, but whose execution was more primitive. And so they kind of go on from there into drone black metal and other things. But for people that don't know what drone is, that's maybe like a little starter
primer,
kit, you know? if you listen to our Neurosis episode, we talked a lot about kind of where Neurosis was bringing some of these weird influences in. Godspeed You Black Emperor, we talked about them at the end of our Slint episode. They certainly bring some of those kind of elements. You have Brian Eno in the 70s doing some of his ambient stuff. I don't know if I'd call that drone necessarily, but it's definitely like
there's elements maybe in there, but not.
Yeah,
really, that's not the whole thing.
Krautrock, especially stuff that like Faust or
Noy or something.
Noy, or they're doing these oscillating, repetitious things. Although those usually had like a catchy beat that was just oscillating over and over and over and over and over and over. Yeah, exactly. Like I want to listen to Noy right now.
Their heads back and forth.
Kraftwerk kind of came out of that too.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where we're at with that. And so that gets us to Sunn, and we're just going to kind of like introduce them here. Excuse me, throat's dry. It's reading that long article on drone killed me.
That's 5 degrees outside. There's like I've got shock touching a piece of metal.
Yeah, they're named after an amplifier brand. I think most people know this story, but from the Pacific Northwest, it's pronounced Sunn. I've heard Stephen O'Malley kind of talk about it in some interviews. It's not Sun O or whatever. And it was an ode to Earth as the sun revolves, or the Earth revolves around the sun. Sorry.
Then the O and the parentheses that go out are just like kind of aping the label, the old Sunn.
Yeah, the Sunn amps
cabinets
and stuff like that. Yep. He doesn't like to call this style of music drone, Stephen O'Malley, because it's Stephen and Greg. So now they've linked back up together. If I didn't make that clear before, they call themselves life metal. Which is kind of funny. They put together the Grimrose demos in 2000 on Hydra Head, and then their debut, OO Void, on Hydra Head, I think, as well. And then they moved to Southern Lord with 2002's Flight of the Behemoth. And then they put out the White 1 and White 2 records in 2003, I think in 2004, respectively. The first Sunn song we're going to hear is from White 1, and White 1 had vocals for the first time too. You had Julian Cope doing one of the vocals, and he came from I think like an indie band of some sort.
The name sounds familiar.
Yeah. And then the song we're going to hear, The Gates of Ballard, is where Runhild comes back into the fold a little bit. And so this is kind of a meeting of the three together once again, Greg, Steve, and Runhild.
I know at some point they had Attila.
Yeah, Attila's going to come on White 2 is, I think, where Attila starts to show up. And he's basically on most of the records in the remaining decade, at least. He's doing something for every record. So, Runhild's been away kind of working on her degree and kind of away from music. And then she comes back into the fold. And The Gates of Ballard, what we're going to hear here is sort of an excerpt. It's a 15-minute long song. We're just going to hear the first 6.5 minutes or so and kind of fade out. And Runhild is kind of reading or singing part of a traditional kind of Norwegian folk poem called Harvard Hede. And the poem's about a man, Harvard, who marries, has some kids, owns a farm, and grows a couple pine trees, and then kind of chops them down, I guess. Storm
some parable or something.
Sang about this on Nordavind.
Nordavind.
Yeah, which for people that don't know what Storm is,
it's Satir and Kerry Ruslatten and who the fuck else
was it? Fenris? Wasn't Fenris part of it? What was Fenris's thing that he did that was like that?
Oh, that was his one man thing. It was
what'd they call that? I merged the two together.
It's a fucking Tolkien thing, isn't it?
I think you're right.
Jesus,
But yeah, anyways. Yeah, so if you're familiar with Storm, this kind of weird folk project, I guess, Kerry Ruslatten from Third and the Mortal. We talked about her, I think, with Runhild, and probably even talked about her a little in the Gehenna episode when we were talking about Norwegian women that were involved in metal.
She's made it in a lot, yeah.
Start with it.
Isengard.
Isengard, that's what it was. Yep.
And also Neptune Towers.
Oh, yeah. That was Neptune Towers, that was Nocturnal Cult's thing, right? Or no? Or was that only Fenris?
Second Final Studio, it's ambient stuff. There was a... the fuck? He did a solo record on Peaceville.
Okay.
The world of
like I don't know much about those bands. I've heard Storm. I think I have a dub of it somewhere. I don't.
You have the
actually
Isengard stuff, don't you?
No, I may have heard it before. I don't have.
It's
any
fun.
of
It's that. It's along the lines of Storm for sure.
Okay. I need to track that shit down. It's probably really expensive now, though.
I've never seen this. Chris just got a copy of the Storm. I've never seen it, but I've got a Slimline promo of it.
Oh, really?
That I got back in the day. I never got rid of, but I knew a lot of people that really enjoyed that record.
Well, could that be kind of a gateway into kind of like the folky metal thing that's like kind of blown up the last couple decades, like in Germany and
a lot of that weird Finnish shit too that kind of falls.
That's
in
what
that
I mean. I feel like it's kind of like in that sort of vein a little bit, you know.
Yeah, it's Fenrez on drums, Kari Ruslat on vocals, and then Satir on guitar, bass.
Okay,
synthesizers.
yeah. So Fenrez wasn't it? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So, yeah. So again, I'm not gonna say too much about it, but I think like it's interesting that these three come together. I'm not saying this is my favorite Sunn kind of track. I think there's better songs, but I think it's interesting that like here comes Runhild back into the fold all of a sudden, and she'll
it follows your narrative for the
it's kind of
thing together too.
It's all of them. These three kind of they're the start. They're kind of throughout this kind of thing. So, and then we're gonna come out and we'll talk more about it when we come back. But we're gonna hear a song that's got a little bit more energy, certainly from Sunn. And it's a pairing with Boris in 2006, and we'll talk a little bit more about like Boris, this sort of Japanese band, and kind of where they fit into stuff. But it's titled after a mountain I've actually climbed.
Etna?
Yeah, when it was erupting. It's in Sicily. So
here's a fun fact for you: Etna is also an electrical supply company.
No shit.
Probably named after that mountain. If I had to guess.
Yeah, there you go. So a lot of Etna references happening here, but we'll talk more about this. So we've got the harrowing skin coat where
the Technicolor skin coat.
Yeah, I just watched Silence of the Lambs like a week ago too, so that's why
fucking great. It still holds up as good as anything.
Really, really good. Because I've been starting to like preview movies that I think I'm going to show in my horror film class next year, just to kind of see where they're at.
First horror film to ever win an Academy Award, I think.
I know. Yeah, it is. Yep. And so like skin coat, just the idea of like wearing like and the way he like whispers the like. I'll put you on, it's creepy. So I like it. So after Skin Coat, then we get the beautiful Gates of Ballard from Sunn's White One record. And then from the Boris Sunn collaboration Altar, we have Etna.
Silent, dear.
I think one of the kind of incredible things about the music of Sunn is the presence of the music and how it's not coming at you from the front or as a kind of song-based thing, an entertainment thing, but it's really changing the environment if the listener is engaged and focused. And okay, the concert, it kind of forces you to be focused and deep listening because you're really inside a huge amplification of that sound. I think with deep listening in general, it's a kind of meditative experience, and when you come out of a meditative experience, your sense of attention and focus is enhanced. And with Sunn, when that sound goes away, sometimes it feels like a vacuum, or the air goes, the air pressure changes. If it's encouraging another level of thoughtfulness coming out of that experience, I think it's really interesting.
That was Etna from Sunn and Boris. Then we heard an excerpt of The Gates of Ballard with Runhild singing on that from Sunn's White One record. And then we start off with the crowd-pleasing Skin Coat from Khanate. Yeah, we're
put
in
the lotion in the basket, you know?
We put the lotion in the basket, yeah. We also heard from Steven there. A nice little clip. That was from a little series. I don't know where he was at, but he was basically sitting at a table. Like, I think he was like a French villa, because I think he lives in France now. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Steven Malley lives in France. Yeah, he got like sick of LA, and so he moved over there. And
it's always curious to me. Like, I'm gonna fucking go like our Crumb. I was moved to fucking France.
Yeah. So he's like in a villa, and like somebody's like written in a bunch of questions, and he's just like picking up the questions and like reading them. So I was like, yeah.
Is this on his? Does he have like a YouTube
I
channel?
think it's just like somebody does an interview with him, and that's how they conduct the interviews. They just kind of put the camera there, and he's just kind of chatting. It was the same like clip we heard at the start of the show, basically. You know, from that same thing. You know, around the time of White One and White Two, which we just kind of heard there, that's kind of like to them, from the interviews I've sort of read, that seems like a transitional kind of moment for them, because those are the first records where they're starting to collaborate with people beyond just the duo.
Yeah, I think that stuff's more interesting, at least to me.
I think it's key. Yeah. You got Runhild there.
And it gives you, like, you can still have that root of you guys, but then like add a different, it's like jazz groups, you know?
Yeah,
like,
it's like,
you got like
sit on this solo, you sit on here, you do this.
You bring in certain people for certain kind of atmospheres, and I dig that more.
It's like moving pieces, you know? And this is where they kind of start working with Joe Preston from the Melvins and Earth, and he's like with them for several records. And then another guy named Rex Ritter, who's going to do some kind of keys and things like that. And he was kind of like an old friend. And Greg comments on this, and he says, the concepts and kind of come from theories of jazz are what we all bond on. And a lot of the editing inspiration comes from Miles Davis. We're really into Bitches Brew. When the box set came out, we realized that a lot of it was tape edited and cut and pasted onto things. At the time, that was really revolutionary. So we started studying those recordings, and some of that has inspired us to cut, chop, and paste the stuff that we came up with on White One and White Two. And I think they're kind of onto something. And it's you know, it's something like, you know, Runhild talked about as well, like the influence Miles Davis had on like her way of thinking, and Stephen O'Malley kind of talks about Miles Davis too. So I think they're starting to understand this idea of kind of collaboration. And speaking of collaboration, Attila, he's on White 2. We're not playing anything from Attila because he doesn't. I'm sure
he doesn't fit our narrative.
He doesn't fit the narrative a little bit, but you know, if you're interested in more Sunn, hey, it's out there.
Yeah.
He's on a song. I didn't write it down, but the song is him doing throat singing, and he's like singing lyrics about like Vedas from like Sanskrit, like Hindu gods and things like that. So
he's an interesting bird, man.
It's pretty wild shit. Yeah. So
he's like a performance artist through and through.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah.
Like what he does on stage with Mayhem, he's got a different like get up every time he goes out.
For sure. Yep. So let's see. I have a quote here. This is from the Terrorizer issue, and they did an actual interview with Sunn here, and I pulled a couple things out that I got to find here that I think are kind of interesting. Where is it? I am not finding it. Bottom of the middle column.
32?
Yeah. Let's see. He says... Oh, here we go. The only time I have ever had problems with my neighbors, I listen to music all the time, is when I'm listening to Sunn masters, because the frequencies are reverberating differently throughout the building. You can't even hear a lot of our own low tones unless you are a certain distance away, so someone 2 flats away may actually be at a sweet spot where the standing waves are intersecting and amplified more in their space. And then he kind of talks about like this kind of aesthetic of like the physical effects of the music and stuff like that a little bit. And I can't remember who interviewed him for this kind of segment. I didn't write that down. I don't know if it even says who's doing it. But then they kind of ask him, into like, like his idea of performing Sunn live. And it says, Greg admits that Sunn wasn't originally intended to be a live experience. Although he's played in countless bands, including Goatsnake, he found the experimental factor and the audience's unpredictable reaction to Sunn difficult to deal with. He says, my whole beef about playing live with this band was that I didn't want to entertain anyone. I didn't want people's reactions to affect my state of mind and performance. If you're playing in a rock club and you show up droning and try to move people's bowels, they might not be so open to it. He says, but the introduction of medieval robes has changed Greg's and even Steven's outlook on live performance. It sounds silly, but when we got robes, it turned it into a whole new thing for us. We were obscured and we couldn't see the audience very well. It gave us a ritualistic vibe. All of a sudden, our perception was we were turning our performance into a ritual, a bass ritual with the worshiping of low and subtones and riffs. These robes definitely changed the band for the better, nods Steven. It's a disguise, and you can concentrate differently. You can separate yourself from the reality of who you are and make a new world for yourself. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
And I know a friend of ours who we worked at the record store with and who I went to Psycho Las Vegas with, Mark Coughlin. He saw Sunn out at Psycho Las Vegas a couple years ago.
We saw him in Detroit, too.
Is that okay?
They played at El Club.
Did you see it or just he?
No, I just saw pictures of it. It's just all it is smoke, and you can see like the tops of their robes.
Yeah. And I remember the thing he told me is he goes, I never got Sunn. I never was into it. And he's more into like this scene probably than you and I are a little bit.
Yeah, he's about 5 years younger or something. So
yeah, I mean, he's only like a year younger than me. But I'm just saying he's more into like Doom, Southern Lord, probably some of that stuff a little bit more than us. But even he didn't really get into Sunn. And then he said, I saw him live, and he goes, I finally understood it. And I've never seen Sunn live, but I just feel like...
to me, it feels like that's how it's supposed to be.
I think it is.
Experience.
I think it's like the physical feeling, I think one of the things that was so cool when the first times I saw our friend Jamie's band, Beast in the Fields, who Mark's done like album covers for and stuff, who was also on our other friend Mark's label, Sour Ghost Records, is the live performance when like people were crawling into the amps and they were doing like the ritual.
Sonic baptism.
Like I got it. I was like, oh, and now I wasn't always listening to like their stuff at home because to me, like there was something lacking. I wanted to see it and feel it live.
I always encourage them to push it more, make it more blatantly satanic, have huge upside down crosses on the stage, like fucking wear robes or something, like do something because the ritual experience.
Yeah.
And there's no, there's no vocals at all.
Yeah.
So like, why not push it all the way? But,
and I think what Beast was on the method of, and Beast was doing more like, Sabbath and traditional doom riffery and things like that, but it's kind of the same concept in a sense of like kind of what Sunn's sort of doing. Sunn's doing it more art theory wise or whatever, but I kind of get that, having seen Beast in the Fields a few times, to sort of go, oh, all right.
I mean, they were building huge amps that they needed. I mean, it was 2 guys and they had, gear enough for, 4 or 5 dudes.
Yeah. And it was all about just this wall of sound coming at you.
Yeah.
And, from what people have told me, when you go to a Sunn concert, like you feel it, like in weird parts. And I think we talked about this.
Well, it's like, I'm trying, when I saw Motorhead in Royal Oak, I got a guest pass or whatever. So I was like up in the photo pit area, and the low frequency bass like hit my chest where I felt like I couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
And I've had that experience. Like I've had the bowel experience where it's like, Jesus Christ, it feels like it's going to open you right up.
What's the League episode? Do you remember the League episode where they're playing the brown note? They make everybody shit in the fucking thing from playing the right frequency or whatever.
Well, Justin Broderick talks about like, people orgasming from, Godflesh shows and stuff too. And I believe. I mean, the physical aspect is definitely would make the experience different.
Well, I may have brought this up in another episode, so forgive me, or maybe we talked about in the Patreon episode. But I think I was telling you about one of the things that in that new Todd Haynes Velvet Underground documentary.
Yeah,
is they talk about those early like Velvet Underground, like the first 2 records where John Cale's doing viola, like atonal, Lamont Young, Tony Conrad kind of atonal stuff, which I talked about in that drone intro last Talkset. Is they said one of the things where they understood the power of Velvet Underground's music that was different, and I think it's hard to articulate to people when you just play them like a Velvet Underground song, like on a record or whatever, is you would have an entire crowd that was standing there watching, kind of hypnotized, because they were kind of doing these like whirling dervish kind of droning with John Cale's viola, doing like these atonal notes kind of in the background while the rest of the band's playing music over top of it. So what they would say is like when the song would end, like no one would move because they were in a trance state for like a 4 to 5 second delay. And then people finally realized that the music wasn't playing anymore, but like the drone was still like leaving their body.
Yeah.
And then they would like suddenly just kind of like they didn't know, they were like hypnotized. And they said that's when we realized the power of this like art theory that like we were doing with Velvet Underground that was so unique, and that we were combining art with like rock and roll and some of that.
So who's even, was it Mo Tucker and Cale, are they the only people alive? Is Nico still alive?
I don't know, but they do have a lot of interview clips with people that's like integrated in. They've got Lou Reed and Nico, and I can't remember how much Sterling Morrison is in it. He's in it a little bit, here and there, but yeah. So I think that's kind of like what they're kind of hinting at a little bit too.
Like Stooges are doing that kind of shit. That's as well too. It's like kind of in the air.
Yeah. So MC5 are doing it with Black to Come and some of those kind of like improv things that they were doing.
Did Cale produce a Stooges record?
The first one.
One, that's right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So, yeah, and so, that brings us to the song you just ended with, which is Etna. And I kind of said I'd kind of talk a little bit more about it, but, to sort of introduce us to where this sort of comes from, this is from a Terrorizer issue from 2007 with Rotting Christ on the cover.
Yeah.
And
double duty.
This is one I bought for the Rotting Christ Greek thing, and sure enough, there is an article on Sunn and Boris in here. And who knew that years later I'd be needing it for this fucking crazy episode. But it says the idea of the Sunn-Boris collaboration has been on the cards for some time. Ever since primary Sunn protagonists Greg Anderson and Stephen O'Malley were introduced to the later band, as legend would have it, by Throne's, Melvin's High on Fire elder statesman of sub-frequencies, Joe Preston, on Boris's first U.S. tour in 1996. O'Malley says, it was inevitable, admits O'Malley. Completing the circle nicely, Preston even has a guest spot on this album, along with a variety of other collaborators, most notably the mellifluous tones of country chanteuse Jesse Sykes, who's going to sing on the next song. We're going to hear the Sinking Bell, which is very indie rock.
The most song.
It's very, very sort of light. Who provides an incandescent moment of narcotic calm on the Sinking Bell. Few would have guessed that the results of said collaboration would be quite as potent as they have turned out, and arguably the most expansive and otherworldly thing that either of these two bands has managed. Traces of both are more than apparent, as on the harrowing opener, Etna, which fuses the doom-laden dirges of yore with Atsuo's righteous drumming and Boris's axe goddess Wata's trademark incandescent shrieks of fiery soloing. Yet, just as often, Alter sounds almost totally unique, a radiant and addictive display of unquantifiable magic, equal parts vivid psychedelia, and haunting ritualistic darkness. Many cynical onlookers of the sonic hinterlands these days, Terrorizer suggests, tend to have an inbuilt suspicion regarding such collaborative projects, reckoning them often something of a matey and self-indulgent compromise between forces best left following their own vision to its own wider extremes. But they go on and argue that actually this is like the best of both bands kind of coming together. And Steven went on to kind of talk about the song Etna that you just heard. He says, in Etna, the visual is like this volcano is getting really pissed off. It's about to explode. Here comes the explosion. What fits with the image of a drum solo for me is the eruption of a volcano. So the whole like back half of that song that you just heard is like this sort of building like drum kind of thing, sort of increasing in intensity as there's kind of these solos sort of underneath everything, and it's kind of representing the eruption of Mount Etna. Which Mount Etna, for a little history knowledge,
history bit,
largest volcano in all of Europe. It's in Sicily. When I was living in Italy in college, I went. So I don't know if I probably have told this story in another episode, but one of the reasons I went to Italy, I had to decide where I was going to study abroad, is my obsession with the Godfather films. And I wanted to go to Sicily to find the place that Al Pacino gets married in the first Godfather, and the village in the second Godfather that De Niro and stuff goes back to. And I found it. It's this fucking weird-ass mountain in the middle of Sicily. It's a really boring-ass town, and they don't know anything about the Godfather. It's like you literally go back in time and shit. So anyways, I decided to go like on a trip by myself to Sicily during kind of like our early spring break in late February. And so I flew down from Rome to Palermo and made my way across Sicily, just kind of like figuring out where I was going. And I ended up in a place, and I think it was like Taormina, and they were like, oh, you need to go visit like Etna and hike it. It's like cool because it's erupting right now, and so you can like actually hike it a little bit and like see the steam coming out and shit like
dodge
that.
The lava.
Yeah, I was like, oh, fucking A. So I ended up in this like small town, and there was a youth hostel I was staying at, and I hadn't really prepared to hike a mountain when I went on this like 1 week trip to Sicily. But at the youth hostel, I met up with 3 German dudes and a Japanese dude named Ken. And I ended up staying months later with the German dudes in East Germany for like 3 days at their house. And then they kind of toured me around. And then Ken and I were like, he went back to Tokyo, but he spoke really fluent English. So like these guys hooked me up with a bunch of clothing, as did the owner of the youth hostel, because I was not prepared to like hike like a snow mountain. Like
Jesus, yeah.
Yeah, so like I had fucking like things wrapped around my head and on my hands and shit. Like I didn't have normal gloves. I had like layers of clothing. And I just remember it was like 3 German dudes, a Japanese dude, and me like all hiking up fucking Mount Etna together. It was great. It was like a fucking amazing day. And at one point we started to feel pebbles. You could see the smoke as we're like getting higher and higher, and
but it's not like it's not like Dante's Peak kind of eruption.
It's not
happening.
like lava there, but it is like erupting. Like
the whole
smoke's
thing
coming
shaking
out, and there's like fucking it's spitting out like rocks and different things like that. And at a certain point, that's like the danger moment where you're like, okay, I think we've gone far enough. So we hiked it for a couple hours, went back.
Yeah.
But it's like, I could fucking put that in my back pocket and be like, I hiked a fucking volcano that was like active, So when I think of Etna, that's the kind of shit that I kind of...
Good date story.
Yeah, exactly.
You ever might meet a guy that climbed an active volcano?
Yeah, you looking for
looking for
love
some excitement?
Looking for love, yeah.
Well,
Now Boris, Boris is probably a band that'd be worth doing their own episode on, because they're really pretty fascinating. And I like a lot of their records when I have a few of them. But Boris was from Tokyo, and they offered kind of, for
that
me...
great Nick Drake parody cover.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Brighter Later,
the Brighter Later cover. Yep. But for me, I think, and you said the same thing when you first arrived here to record these episodes today. I think Tokyo's Boris kind of offered for me an easier access point than did some of the earlier Sunn records, since there was kind of structure there. And I would say the same thing about the Ulver record too. That it was like, oh, okay, I have a hook. Like I know Boris is going to do some things that like have song structure to them somewhere. You know. It was just hard when like I got the promos. We were just looking at them off mic, like the Void record, and then like the Flight of the... I didn't know what to do with those. I had no, you know what I mean? I just didn't know, like, do I put these on like when I'm doing homework? Do I just like, I don't know. You know, like I wasn't seeing these guys live. I didn't know about that whole kind of thing. So it's weird. I want to know who the people were in our scene who were also getting those promos in 2000, 2001, 2002 that heard those and said, oh, fuck yes, immediately. Like, I want to know, like, did they just have like, were they like our buddy Ben Bracken that we worked with the record? Did they just have more of a background in noise, and so they could instantly like connect to what was happening?
Yeah.
Or were they just putting us on?
There's definitely people that do that.
You know,
they
what I
don't
mean?
understand.
Like,
They are into stuff because it's impenetrable and
yeah,
yeah,
kind of ice, you know. But I do think there were people that legitimately like were passionate about Sunn. I just don't.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
But then, like, when I look on, like, not that Metal Archive's Sunn ratings is like accurate, but I look at like the records that get like the Alter record is way more up compared to the early stuff. Mm-hmm. Because I think those people on Metal Archives are like us. They're people that are looking for more.
I'm frankly surprised they're on there.
I think
Converge isn't on there.
Yeah, but there's a whole thing with like hardcore based bands that's like I didn't realize, because we came through an era where like those two scenes merged. I just thought it was like natural. Like if you like heavy music, why wouldn't you like Converge? I don't get it. But I've talked to people, even some of our patrons who are patrons of our show, that like hate Converge, and they're like, oh yeah, I remember when you guys did that Converge episode. I was like,
Even like modern Converge?
it's all fucking dead to them. And like
I'd
that's
say
weird.
that with about 90% of
Yeah.
that scene,
Yeah.
except for like even like Caven's good, but it's not. They didn't do like Converge went from a band that was pretty good to like, wow.
Yeah, but
And they've been doing that consistently for 15 years.
I just think there's people that can't.
It's true.
Their brain can't say like I can do this and that. I don't know. You and I aren't like that, but I just.
No,
think there's
I
some
still have
people-
my
sure
chips on my shoulder, my
Yeah.
prejudices against things. But
We definitely have them, here and there. But yeah, so that's kind of where things are sort of going. And there's one other song that we'll kind of start the next set off with from this, because I just thought like, why not show like a little bit of a menu choice of some of these kind of things with Sunn? You've got kind of the traditional Sunn song, which we heard, the Gates of Ballard, that had Runhild, and then you've got this pair of tunes that they do with Boris, one that's kind of heavy, Etna, and then the song Sinking Bell, where Jesse Sykes from this band called Jesse Sykes and the Hereafters, it's gorgeous, and it's a real highlight. Stephen O'Malley's playing piano throughout the whole thing, and I get this whole like, that's the song I get like a real Godspeed to Black Emperor kind of vibe from a little bit. It's one of the most fully realized songs that I think Sunn ever kind of did.
yeah, I think so.
It's really beautiful.
Yeah, I think they do their most interesting stuff when they collaborate.
For sure.
With other people.
And I hope that that's the formula that exists now. Like I said, I'll be the first to admit, I went down the rabbit hole a little bit with Sunn, but I went as far as I was comfortable with, because frankly, there was just, I didn't need to go any further.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
enough
there's
to,
only
like,
so
tell
much-
some of the story.
Yeah, there's only so much. You don't really need to get, go buy everything and completely immerse yourself.
Yeah. One, and
To
my
get the
original
idea.
thing was like, okay, we're focused on O'Malley, we're focused on Anderson, we're focused on Runhild. So I'll play the stuff that they're kind of part of, and we'll sample Sunn, but let's like sample Sunn in a way that Requiem people aren't like just bored. So like the song that they do with Runhild's interesting. The Boris stuff is like listenable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Ulver song, it's only a 6-minute version and Garm singing on it. So it's like, yeah, this is like tolerable. You know what I mean? So like, if you like this stuff, I encourage you to check out some Sunn stuff in the background and kind of challenge yourself a little bit, and you might find you enjoy it. That's cool.
Great date night music.
Yeah, absolutely. And then from there, we go back to Runhild and a pair of tunes that are kind of like some of the projects that she's been involved in the last couple decades. One is where all these worlds converge yet again, speaking of converge, which is where James Plotkin from Khanate, who was kind of part of like noise experimental music in the 90s with Old, he meets Runhild, all right? And James Plotkin and Runhild team up for this kind of avant-garde noise sort of thing called Chaos Is My Name, a great title for all this. And what you get, were the songs are all sort of numbered, and the name of the band is Khlyst, Khlyst. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. It's this sort of free jazz, dissonant noise. Plotkin is really doing some like kind of, you kind of said like, oh, okay, I can kind of like get into this because the tempo is like more upbeat and
this is it's
like Peter Brötzmann
kind of
shit,
yeah.
like Cecil Taylor.
It felt
kind of
like
stuff, you know?
I don't like. One of my favorite jazz quotes is from Frugsy Bay, where he's like, "I don't like smooth jazz, I like it crunchy."
yeah.
And I prefer more out stuff.
Yeah.
Eiler and the more I can appreciate some of the early like West Coast stuff, but it doesn't really do as much for me. Like the just fucking bonkers.
Do you like that 60s sort of hard bop blue note stuff, like the Lee Morgans and Jackie McLean? And
I
Bobby
dig it, but
Hutcherson records?
it's not like a go-to.
Okay, those
thing.
were like things.
Those are good entry points, I think.
Those are things I could study to. Like I would do homework in college of those, or like I don't know, like they're good makeout records. Frankly, you know what I mean? Like to have like in the background, just because there's nothing to like disturb you. You're right. There's no like lyrics or singing or screaming. It's just Lee Morgan just fucking doing stuff, or Miles records.
But I do like the June Tyson Sun Ra records too.
Yeah,
where it's just cacophony of shit, and then she's kind of doing a vocal line over the top of it.
Yeah,
it's just
sure. Yeah,
I don't know that stuff.
Is that who's singing on Space Is a Place?
Yeah.
Space
she was with them.
Is a Place.
Up until even when like Marshall Allen was running the the orchestra. What 5-6 years ago?
Kind of like up until recent times, I think.
Yeah. But that's I dig more of that kind of like, because I've always got like my foot fucking nervous, kind of feeling. So that feels like it hits my frequencies or something.
Yeah.
The other stuff is just like, hold me back or whatever.
You don't know like how.
I don't know what to do with myself when I'm listening to it.
Yeah,
really,
I get that.
But the drumming thing, that was really okay. I can.
Yeah,
I'm
you'll definitely hear it, because we're gonna hear a song called 5. And you'll hear Runhild doing some pretty wild vocals at times. It's pretty dissonant, some
of it sounds like she's almost speaking backwards.
Yeah,
like the Lynchian, midget talk kind of thing.
It's definitely kind of something from there. But Plotkin has this great quote where he's talking about her and why he kind of wanted to work with her. He says, "Her range is incredible and has strength. A lot of female vocalists fall short in terms of power, but she's way above the standard. Stylistically, there's a lot of variation, and she's always ready to try new things." Asked whether he sees Khlyst and the relationship with black metal and doom metal, he says, "I don't see a relationship. The only shared aspect is the dark lyric subject matter from Runhild, which leans more towards the occult rather than satanic or the dismal." So that's kind of happening too. And I just got to find it. I didn't have this queued up. It's like the one thing I didn't have. But this is from an interview I found. What's the name of the website? Steel of Brains, and it's an interview that they did with Runhild, and she's kind of reflecting on all kinds of sort of different things, and she's kind of talking about her like theories towards like music and her like science background and some of that, and I thought it was pretty interesting. The interviewer kind of asked her, do you find that the exploration of things and that negative space has been ultimately more rewarding, or having a predetermined conceptual framework when it comes to the music you create? And she says, "It is true that I don't really care about conventional song structure or style."
It's not obvious.
Yeah, pretty obvious. "And I certainly experiment in making the music, but at the same time, I don't see it as improvisation, which often is seen as a component of experimental music. There's an important distinction from a scientific standpoint. Please excuse me while I'll ramble on about for a minute, but scientists experiment to find answers to hypotheses. Setting up an experiment is a structured process where you have a hypothesis, make a protocol of how you do the experiment, and use a predefined set of tools. After looking at results from the single experiment, then you repeat it to make sure the result is consistent. If it is not consistent, the result you got in a single experiment can still be very interesting and surprising. That is the joy of science. I think making music is much the same. There is a concept and a hypothesis, and composing music is an experiment where you use a set of tools, a piano, a voice, and you get a result. If the result is reproducible, it is consistent and can be performed every night in much the same way. Improvisation would be a single experiment, non-reproducible music. But all music is experimental in nature. The great thing about music is that there is no rules. I don't see the point of repeating what someone else has already done better than I could ever do. Nor do I see the point of repeating myself. I try to do something new each time. Even though I don't use established framework, I don't perceive any music as free form. I have a method of composition where I use a lot of time recording, experimenting with the lyrics, repeating until I find the quote-unquote right phrasing for a particular part of a song. Other times I keep something weird that only happened once. I just follow my instincts. And so I thought that was kind of cool. Like she's she's got this science brain, right? And so she's like thinking of it in these like nerdy hypothesis kind of things. But I think I think for what she's doing with these songs we're going to hear here, it makes kind of sense.
Well, and improvisation isn't, I think people have a misconception about it that it's purely just like, whoa, let's just do whatever, man. And it's like, well, you've got a set, either like a scale or thing you're doing and you're playing around it. But it's not just like you're just going in cold with a bunch of people like, all right, guys, let's jam, man.
I think I was talking about improvisation the other day in one of my classes. I don't remember what the context was, but I said like, oh, I know what it was. I was talking about the French New Wave film stuff. And I said, I was asking a couple kids that were in band and jazz band and orchestra and stuff like that. I said, can you just improv without knowing how to play music? And the kids are like, no.
That's like abstract art. I feel you need to learn
you have to
fundamentals.
Know every rule in order to know how to break all the rules.
Yeah.
Like if you just break all the rules, you're not doing anything. It's like, and the same thing with like,
you're just fucking around.
The French New Wave, like all of those people, like Godard and all those guys, they grew up like worshiping Casablanca and film noir and
they're all like almost like film critics.
They were
themselves.
like nerds, but then they like understood it so well that they could completely deconstruct it.
The same as like Sergio Leone. Those guys were film critics before they started any of that shit.
Yeah, a lot of those. I mean, Europe was like all those European like filmmakers like grew up analyzing a lot of American films, whereas like a lot of American. There wasn't like film school until the 1960s in America.
Yeah.
That wasn't really a concept because it was like an industry.
It was like you're like a journeyman going through. Like you'd start one place and you'd poop out the other and you'd just be like a director for a studio or something. It was just a job.
And like the whole idea of like auteur theory, was like centered. It came out of like France, and it was this idea like Hitchcock was like the first guy. They're like, look, Hitchcock's like doing stuff. Like every time he's making a movie, there's a Hitchcockian sort of element. And it was like these nerdy, like young French people that sort of applied the auteur theory. And then that sort of like bled over into America in the early 60s when the French New Wave came over.
And Truffaut did that interview with
Hitchcock. And all of a sudden, all these young Americans were suddenly being like pulled in by this European cinema. And that was getting them to go to film school in the early 60s. Lucas, Scorsese, like all those guys. So it's almost comparable when it comes to music with like how we really rejected blues music. We threw it out. It was trash to a lot of like white America, but like young British kids heard it and said, this is not fucking trash. This is like the best thing you have. Then they learned it. Then they came back over here and showed us how to do it, kicked us in the ass, and like jump started a whole new like phase with the British invasion and all that sort of stuff. It's kind of like the same thing that kind of happened with film. It's sort of interesting, like what people appreciate. Like there's probably things happening right now that like are not going to be popular that are going to be appreciated like 10 years from now as being like super fucking impactful that like no one knew at the time, or something like that, because what's popular isn't necessarily
what's good,
the driving thing,
or
especially today where like it's almost all corporately sort of like processed
sanitized
and stuff like that.
Sanitized for your enjoyment.
So I think that's, it is kind of interesting. And if you really want to get into improvisation stuff, Mike Johnston, our former manager that we worked with at the record store, who also teaches and is a mentor to both Mark and I, he really broke it down. And I think in the second Allman Brothers episode that we did, the art of improvisation, because he plays in a band called North Improvisers and kind of talks about this sort of repetitive sort of patterning kind of things. And it's kind of what Plotkin was kind of talking about, like playing Khanate live, that like there's these like oscillating patterns of like 2-minute long riffs. And if you fucking like lose your place, you don't know where to go. A lot of people think it's repetitive, but there's actually these like weird kind of improv kind of modal patterns and things like that.
Well, like jazz and, to some degree, just a lot of the music we've been listening to tonight, there's a certain amount of intention listening that you've got to do to really get what the people are doing.
It's not casual.
Yeah.
Right. It's
like people don't like jazz music in general because they say it sounds like somebody throwing a drum set down the stairs or, throwing your pots and pans down the, like it's a bunch of noise.
Hey,
but when you know how to listen,
throwing your drum set down the stairs, wait until you hear Collapse or the V song from Khlyst, because it's what it sounds like Plotkin's doing. So if you're into it, we're here for you. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think I didn't know how to listen to jazz till Mike showed me.
He asked me what I liked in music, and
Yeah.
I was like, percussion. So like, here, check out these Art Blakey records.
Here's fucking Fred Anderson with Hamid Drake jamming, or Art Blakey.
And like, just find like, what's your entry? Like, do you like, so that was my kind of entry point, and then kind of went from there. But if it doesn't have a strong rhythm section, I don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't, like, that's where I get into music, in most music, is the drums.
And so maybe a lot of this stuff that we've been kind of talking about doesn't have like a driving force of drums. It's like guitar based, or it's like vocal based. It's not in your aesthetic for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we just fucking psychoanalyzed.
There we go.
Why Mark had some issues there, but that's it. You know, I think that's nothing wrong with that. You know? So then Runhild goes, that's 2006 that they do this collaboration, this Chaos Is My Name. And then 2 years later, she puts out a solo record called Amplicon. And amplicons are pieces of DNA that are produced from organic or naturally occurring events like evolution. And the album itself is kind of like that. It's a free form, rhythmless, as she kind of fluctuates between her kind of beautiful folkish kind of singing and her raging, disarming sort of screaming. She's almost doing like Jarbo stuff at times, you know, Kim Gordon stuff, things like that. And one thing that's really interesting is a good friend of ours, Chris Dick, interviewed her for this, and for Decibel, which I think is really kind of interesting. And I have a couple kind of things about this that I thought were sort of...
Was it like a upfront he was doing it, or was it a...
I don't know if it was for like Deciblog. He did the interview in 2011, which is like a couple years after this kind of all came out.
I don't think the Deciblog existed then.
No, I don't think so either. I'm trying to find where the quotes are. Central idea. Sorry, I had it ready and then I scrolled up to the top to like look at the date. So, but basically, you know, he interviewed for Decibel, and she kind of talked about like kind of the central idea of the record, of this Amplicon thing. We're going to hear one song from it in a moment, called Collapse, Lifting the Veil. Just a lot of swans, kind of Sonic Youth kind of stuff happening. But she said, I decided to make a soundtrack of the cycle of the universe from its birth by the Big Bang to its collapse. The Big Crunch.
That's a big gun.
Yeah. Or whatever
Big
the
idea.
ultimate fate of the universe may be. On the way, that cycle covers the existence of human beings, the conception of life, evolution of man, birth, love, death. In fact, the song Love I've listened to as well. It's really good. Each track is a scientific, preferably biologic, fundamental, but mainly I want it to make a sound to each theme. The title implies an amplification of parts, which is what the record is. Pieces of sound, words, phrases, recorded and amplified. So the initial idea was threefold. Make a record that covers the cycle of our universe, use only vocal sounds and words to describe each defined phase, cut, warp, and mix together and in a specific order to create a sound image. In the end, I also used some instruments to fill in, but it was meant to be a vocal-only record. So I think that's kind of interesting, you know? Yeah, there was another quote I thought I had somewhere, but I don't know where I kind of put it. But yeah, it's basically just this idea that most of it is kind of based around this. And she kind of, again, invokes in this interview with Chris, you know, she talks about kind of how she constructed some of this stuff. And she sort of says, like, you know, I have a nerdy tendency to get obsessed with like certain tracks or certain parts of tracks or just one line of a text. And I play that on repeat incessantly. That could be a thing like a bass solo at minute 17:21 of Miles Davis' Bitches Brew, or like the chorus to this song, or an intonation from this song, and then she'll like fixate on it and kind of use it. And so again, that Miles Davis kind of reference sort of coming together. And she said, for me, Amplicon, this record, is a mixtape of those instances I found in the many hours of raw material I sort of recorded and obsessed over and things like that. So pretty fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
So anyways, you know, is this stuff that like you and I are really going to probably go back and listen a lot to? No, but it sort of ends the story of her, you know, like the story began with Thor's hammer, and here she is still like contributing and making like interesting stuff. And she's doing this as like a side thing as she's doing this, you know, biology career thing. She also models a little bit. So like, what a fascinating person in that lab. Like, imagine being her like lab partner and you're like,
I feel so inadequate.
What's your other life? Like, you're beautiful, like you're intelligent, you're fucking creative, like you're total package, you know. So if you're not married, Runhild, you know,
give me a call.
Yeah, give me a call. I'm interested. And so then this whole set's going to end with a tune from Sunn and Ulver. We'll come back to kind of Sunn, was where we're going to kind of stick the landing. And let's listen to it and then kind of come back. But I think there's a lot of interesting things to sort of, you know, have here. It will fade it up at like the 6-minute mark, because I believe it's like a 14-minute long song. And so we'll kind of fade up at the 6-minute mark and kind of let you hear kind of the beginning and the end. But basically the whole thing is when Christopher Reeve's vocals, Garm, kind of comes in, he's really talking and singing about the dying Egypt. It's like all the lyrics are kind of about that, and he's kind of whispering all this sort of stuff as like this ambient drones kind of going on. It's pretty interesting. So, but the song's called Eternal Return, and it's from a collaboration in 2014 between Ulver and Sunn called Terrestrials. And so we've got Sunn and Boris from Alter, 2006, a song called The Sinking Bell, Blue Sheep, which has these beautiful vocals from Jesse Sykes. Then we've got a pair of tunes with Runhild singing. One is with James Plotkin, the Khlyst, or Khlyst, I don't know. KS is my name, we'll just call it that. Song 5. And then we have Collapse, Lifting the Veil from her solo record in 2008, and then Eternal Return with Sunn and Ulver.
sun turns black.
When the sun turns black, when the stars fall down, and mountains and blood,
when pregnant camels scream and wild beasts howl. When the sea is on fire, when an infant girl buried alive is asked, for what crime she was slain. Scream and wild beasts howl. When the sea is on fire,
when the infant girl buried alive is asked,
buried alive.
stars fall down. When the infant girl
Why so massive? Someone asked me that recently, actually, after a show. It's like, why does it have to be so monolithic? I don't know why. It is, you know? That's what it is. So, actually, my voice is creating physical elements in space, and if you focus on that, you'll feel it, you'll hear it. Of course, that's a big part of speech, but really, like with occupying a whole room with a standing wave, that just takes tons of energy. But it seems massive when you're inside of it, but then if you walk out of this building and walk into the forest, it's tiny. It's just like dust.
So if you're still awake, that was Eternal Return from Garm and Sunn and Ulver. I should do like my
Garm and Sunn is still too NPR.
I should do my sexy like,
do a lisp and be quiet, and
yeah,
we'll do it.
You're listening to Sunn and Ulver, Terrestrials. Yeah. But yeah, pretty moody stuff. Really, really fascinating. So we had Eternal Return, then we had Collapse Lifting the Veil, and V from Runhild and James Plotkin. Then we kicked off with the Sinking Bell from Sunn and Boris. So we've got this little collaboration thing here. I don't know a lot about it. I think it's just kind of part of the lexicon of what Sunn's kind of up to. And I think Ulver's also been doing a lot of forays into interesting music the last couple decades, you know, starting with like William Blake record. And I mean, since then they've really...
Was that the one they did right after Nathan's Madrigal?
Yeah, that was the double record. It had
yeah.
Samoth, and it was all William Blake Heaven and Hell stuff.
Was that all... I haven't listened to it since it came out. It was all more electronic, wasn't it?
Had a lot of that, but it did have some like heavy kind of parts. It was just very challenging to people who were coming off of Nathan's Madrigal and looking for something like that.
Yeah.
I know we mentioned Radical Research, I think, earlier in this episode, but they did a whole episode early on just about that record.
Okay.
I had to review that for Eclipse number 4, maybe, and that was a fucking... It's two albums. It was just a lot. Like Chris was like, "Oh, here you go. Here's a new Ulver," and I was just like, "Cool." And I was like, "How do I penetrate this?"
He was like, "Here's the new Ulver."
Exactly. He's like, "Fuck you," you know. So, but yeah, I've really enjoyed, especially like recent Ulver records. That the Assassination of Julius Caesar record was really, really cool. The one that came out right before that was really good. So that's a band like, you know, I know we did the trio, the sort of Wolf trilogy. I'd be interested to like try. I don't know how to do the other stuff, but it'd be an interesting challenge, like years from now, perhaps. But
yeah,
but like I don't know,
we'll figure out a way.
Their newer stuff is more song structured, you know.
Yeah.
So there's something to do there. But so we're gonna kind of close things out with a beautiful song. I actually played it for Mark earlier because I kind of added this one on the 11th hour, as they say, and it comes from what a lot of people believe is Sunn's kind of masterpiece. It's a song, album called Monoliths and Dimensions. And in that Terrorizer issue, when they're interviewing Greg Anderson, they sort of ask him about this record. And it's Greg's proudest effort, is what he says. He says, "We really pushed ourselves with the music and went through such a grueling process for almost 2 years. After the record came out, we toured really heavily. We did the most shows we've ever played in our lives and suffered from serious burnout. I now have a family, and lately I've just been more focused on running the label." But again, it's something he believes to be kind of their kind of crowning achievement. And so, hang on, I got my notes somewhere here. I just lost my notes somewhere. But basically, what you're getting here is a tribute to Alice Coltrane, and I think that's really cool. And I don't know. I guess for Alice Coltrane, for people that don't know, wife of John Coltrane or widow of John Coltrane,
harp player.
Yeah, and you'll hear the harp kind of come out in a lot of these kind of songs and stuff like that.
Not like the first instrument you think for free jazz.
No, I think, you know, if you're like struggling, those were like really good gateway CDs for people.
They totally were.
You know, Journey to Sacha Tanada, I think it's something like that.
There's like, was there 3 of them?
I believe so. That one to me was like the one that was easiest to sort of get into. That was something like Jessica and I would listen to a lot.
Yeah.
It was just like really beautiful. It wasn't threatening, but it also had a lot of interesting ideas to it So like if you wanted to intellectually engage with it, you could, but it also is like really comforting and beautiful spectral kind of stuff with the harp playing. And you'll hear that.
Transcendence was I think the first one that I found.
Okay, Transcendence, yeah. There's one that she did an album with Santana as well. Alice Coltrane did. That was pretty cool, where Santana's playing guitar along with her.
Trying to find her discography.
Yeah, no, that's fine while you're looking it up. But yeah, it's beautiful. It sort of starts very dark. It's a 14-minute long song, and it sort of builds to this sort of transcendent beauty by the end. You know, the French horn starts to sort of come in. It even really closes the whole sort of song in this kind of beautiful, spectral, kind of introspective moment. And you kind of commented, it reminded you like Silver Mount Zion. This kind of has some Godspeed You Black Emperor kind of aspects to it.
Well, it was like all their songs are always like, it's like the apocalypse, but it's like building to some fever pitch, it seems like.
And this builds to like happiness or like a beautiful place, which is different than what most of the music we've heard in this whole episode is.
It's a pleasant change.
Yeah, it's cool.
It was just more like dimensionality all around.
Yep. And I hope that they do kind of more stuff like this. I don't know, beyond the records we've played and talked about today, I don't have a lot of Sunn experience. So maybe if you're a fan of Sunn and you know what we've played and liked here, you can be like, oh, dude, you guys would all like this record. It's all this. I'm like, oh, cool. Did you find anything on discography?
Is it the one that's all in like an Indian?
It's her sitting on the cover.
Krishna.
It's her sitting kind of draped like in the center of the cover, kind of. That's the one, Journey to Satchidananda. I don't know. I've got it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that was that. Yep. Then Universal Consciousness.
Okay.
That's just like a kind of a close-up.
Yeah.
It says, she's like the only harp player in jazz?
Yeah.
One of the few harpists in the history of jazz.
And I told you, like...
And piano player.
When the harp comes in, like, at the very end of Empire Strikes Back, after Luke's got his new hand and they're kind of staring out the window and that harp kind of comes in and you're in such a bad place because, like, fucking, spoiler alert, Han's frozen, Luke lost his hand.
Everything
like,
sucks.
Shit's fucking bad, but, like, that harp...
It's a little glimmer of hope.
It's like, yeah, just a little bit of that. And I think that's kind of, like, this song is, like, kind of cutting through that sort of dark dissonance and then finding that kind of hope.
Also great for flashbacks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wayne's World. Yeah, all that. So I don't know, Mark, where you were at the end of this journey. I don't know if anything that we connected made any sense on your end. I
mean, you did a really good job of putting them into, I think Sunn's which going into this, I thought Sunn would be the most annoying aspect of this, but I think I like them the best out of all this.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's a good kind of,
especially seeing like
growth
I only had the first couple records and it was just kind of like, okay.
Yeah, those didn't really do much for me either.
Yeah. And it's just pure kind of drone and you've got to kind of add something else to it to get something out of it. But the last couple things have been way more interesting.
Yeah, it's cool.
And I like that they're almost like just, okay, here's the two guys and we're going to bring our friends over and make it sound completely different.
Yeah. And it started with like Runhild back in like when she was a high school kid. And like ever since then, it's just been a series of like other people that they just hang out with, whether it's the obsessed guys.
Yeah, they just find like like-minded
for one
people.
And boom, boom, boom. But it really does center around these two figures. And Runhild's kind of like
she's an orbiting satellite.
She's orbiting a little bit. She's not there
doing
for
throne
all of
things,
it.
And every once in a while she comes back.
But it's just funny that this really random thing that happened in Seattle with an exchange student from Oslo, like just open doorways to like think, here's Southern Lord, here's fucking working for Misanthropy, here's this band, and now fucking Stephen O'Malley's living in France. So
hey, it's cool, man.
Who fucking
living
knows?
The dream.
Yep. So let us know what you thought. If you hated this, we apologize, but I hope
we'll have another one soon.
You see it as a historical document. I'm hoping people will kind of dig this. So I really would like some feedback. If you're somebody like that's Mark and I, where you had no access point to this, tell us where you're at the end of this. Or do you actually have like an appreciation for it, a context for it? Shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com. Check us out on Facebook, Jason and Mark, Twitter, Requiem Metal Podcast, Instagram. You can kind of send messages to us there. Go on Spotify, give us some likes, leave us a comment on iTunes, give us a like on iTunes if you're using that, or Apple Music, or whatever the hell you want to call it these days.
She'll change.
It's like a Pine Knob or DT. It's back to Pine Knob. So that's a Michigan joke for Michigan people.
David Coverdale's gonna be very happy.
He hates calling it DT.
Huh.
Yeah, every time we saw White Snake
Pine
there.
knob.
Yeah, pine knob. Yeah. Yeah, if I was black, we'd be called Black Snake. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's my yeah.
That's real
Hey,
crowd
baby.
banter.
Yeah, fucking love. I follow him on Twitter. He's great.
He's great.
Yeah,
His
great.
unboxing videos on YouTube are fucking hysterical.
Yeah, that's good. But yeah, just let us know what you got. You thought. Give us some feedback. And this is why I mentioned to Mark at the end of the Gehenna episode. If any episode earns us Patreon money, it's this, because we had to sift through this.
The last 2 episodes,
We had to sift
really.
through this shit.
Yeah.
This was not easy to fucking put together. I never in my wildest imagination when we were doing episode 2 fucking Edge of Sanity did I think there's gonna be an episode where I try and put Khanate and Goatsnake and fucking Burning Witch and Sunn in
Thor's
a package
hammer all together
and make this fucking make narrative sense. So send us your money, folks.
I think your years of teaching have helped make
I hope
sense out of things.
I hope so. You had a little lesson, and I don't know if you fucking gave a shit at the end or not. But yeah, patreon.com/Requiem podcast, or you can go on our website, requiemmetal.com, and you can click on the Patreon link there, sign up, $5, $10. We've earned it. We do this commercial free. We're busting our ass to put all this kind of stuff together, hours and hours of research. And frankly, what else are you gonna do with your tax returns or your $5 you spent on coffee?
Exactly.
Things like that.
Well, we've been at it 12 hours today.
This is one of those days. Yeah. Well, we also did some home repair. Mark and I drilled. It's the first time I've drilled a hole all the way through my fucking house. It's pretty interesting.
And when you drill through, we were drilling through a cabinet, so wood. You kind of okay.
Yeah.
Then get through the drywall. Okay.
Yeah.
Then you hit 8 inches of fucking cinder block,
which maybe some metal.
You couldn't tell from the inside or outside that there's anything there.
Bits,
it's fucking
the whole
crazy.
Thing.
So
just to run some,
that turned into piece of cable. An hour and a half.
Yeah,
but hey, it's through.
Hey, and maybe soon I can cancel my DirecTV and go to my digital cable.
Absolutely,
there we go. But so Patreon, leave us a comment, leave us an email, do all those things. We love you. This is Alice from Sunn, from Monoliths and Dimensions from 2009. It's been a long fucking day. I'm Jason.
I'm Mark.
Enjoy. Bye.